Well, hi everybody, and good morning to you. At least it's somewhat morning here. We are continuing with the externalization of the hierarchy, the series of essays that we have there, and we have completed program 15, and there's a fair number of hours in there that you can view and think about. The important thing to realize is that although these essays were written long ago and are somewhat topical to the situation of the World War II. We can all learn a great deal by studying them, how the Tibetan's thought evolved, what he anticipated, what actually happened. We have completed 3 essays, September, October, November 1939, and he began the November essay with the problem is serious, something of that nature. The situation is serious. Now it's 6 months later, and we are definitely into the period of the war. France and England are fighting with Germany. There has not yet been the Pearl Harbor attack in Japan. That comes later. And we are in a very serious situation, but as the Tibetan explains it, he tries to give the implications of the situation and the background, and thereby we learn a lot. My assumption here is that every great process has 3 phases, and that the third part of the war has gone underground and has not emerged physically, although there are battles here and there that produce much suffering, but the world is not involved in a world war, and that's the way we have to keep it. That we have to work in such a way that it is not possible for this third phase of the war to precipitate physically. It has to be fought out mentally, psychologically, emotionally. It has to be fought out in that way. So I'm just looking at this. We've been really studying the first stanza, you might say, of the great invocation, that the forces of light bring illumination to mankind. Let the spirit of peace be spread abroad. Let men of goodwill meet in a spirit of cooperation. May forgiveness on the part of all men be the keynote at this time. Let power attend the efforts of the great ones. So let it be, and help us to do our part. And in this kind of study, I think we are realizing how important and how applicable and timely is this first stanza, this first great invocation. It was given out at a time when there was not yet, a physical war, and it continued to be used into the period when there was a physical war. And then in 1940, a new invocation was given. And here we are again. There is no physical war, that it is involving the whole world. But Deke has warned about the possibility. He says it's a possibility which can definitely be visioned. So, we're in an analogous position to the middle 30s, in a way. And our job is to prevent this war from precipitating. Now, when is it that humanity really listens and maybe looks for higher things and listens to the counsel coming from higher sources? Does it mean that humanity has to suffer greatly again? Well, there is so much suffering going on anyway, but that the whole of humanity has again to suffer on a worldwide scale through some kind of war before it can truly listen to the kind of counsel that's coming from hierarchy? Well, let us hope that that is not the case, because from any precipitated physical war, the likelihood of humanity recovering will be slight. And then, as DK says, the whole experiment may have to start again to see if there might not be raised up a humanity that can truly, now here, these are my words, follow the divine law and bring in the spirit not only of light but of love. So here we are, April 1940. This analysis of world conditions is being written in America, where there is as yet, note the word as yet, it might not always have been the case, as yet relative physical safety and time for the readjustment of views. You know, America has had always some kind of isolationist perspective. It's separated from theaters of more frequent wars by two oceans. And America did have its own civil war, but in recent times, there has not been a war that has covered the whole of that area. So there's still time here for the adjustment of views and the opportunity also to give direction along with embattled Britain and her allies. As I've said, Roosevelt, the president, knew that it would be necessary for the United States to enter the war, and that an isolationist position carried a world risk, a true risk for humanity. Okay. So there's time for readjustment of views and the opportunity also to give direction along with embattled Britain and her allies to the world, sorely needing guidance and vision. You know, in America, the Statue of Liberty is the symbol, and I light the way is the motto, but still it is one of the corners, even today, of a triangle, one of the vertices of a triangle of evil, along with somewhere in the Middle East and somewhere in Central Europe, even today. Those who know the least speak ever the loudest and apportion the blame for events with facility. There is much mental distress everywhere, occasioned by the war, and also by the desire of the well-intentioned to stress their particular solutions of the world problem. Now, when it says this is being written in America, I suppose it means that, can it mean, well, Alice Bailey has been in America and has been taking down the dictation in America mostly. So it's hard to say exactly what this does mean. The Tibetan is not confined to any locality, and he can project his consciousness wherever he might choose. So we'll just let that pass for the moment. It is necessary, therefore, to speak with directness to indicate the inherent dangers in the present situation, to present its amazing opportunity to bring about the needed changes, and to point out the lines of demarcation between the right and the wrong ways of living, between a vision of a new world order and the retrograde plans of the so-called new order with which the totalitarian powers seek to bewilder humanity. That's the one factor that DK said must always be defeated, and it is totalitarianism. And there was an envisioning, too, by the Axis powers of a kind of order which they would lead, and all others would be enslaved. We'll come to that discussion. We start with the premise that two opposing world visions confront humanity and that two world orders are presented to mankind. Between these, man must choose, and his choice will determine the future. Sometimes I think when I look at the Geminian condition of the United States and the opposition between so-called red states and blue states, and the two rays involved, the second and the sixth, I think we're in a similar, though lesser, situation. The one thing that is encouraging is that the sixth ray is definitely on its way out, and the second ray has various cycles, but the reappearance of the Christ and his hierarchy will keep the second ray front and center. So this is the Tibetan's prognostication. The years 1941 and 1942 will be years of crisis and tension. Maybe he means specifically crisis, tension, emergence. Now, I've been gathering that the Tibetan had expected that the duration of the war would be 19 up till 1942, but then he did say that if certain things weren't done by the end of 39, the war could last longer, and indeed it did last 3 years longer. Those who perceive the risks, the opportunity, the important decision to be made are struggling with almost frantic haste to awaken the masses to the uniqueness of this moment. Now we're in 1940, and the question, whether Britain would fall was in the air. So far, it was the only part of Europe that had the chance to maintain its independence, its autonomy, its freedom from Nazi occupation. What mankind decides during the next 12 months will condition the future as no other human decision has ever done before in the history of mankind. Certainly, this must pique our curiosity as to what the Tibetans saw occultly about the year 1940 and some of the early part of 41. Remember, it was in 41 that Hitler decided upon a two-front war, and was it Operation Barbarossa, something of that nature? In early June 1941, attacked all along the border of Russia. It had penetrated through the countries that allowed it to do that. And then, of course, it got bogged down in Russia, eventually through the Russian winter and the unexpected tenacity and ferocity of the Russian soldiers who fought against this invasion. So anyway, what mankind decides during the next 12 months will condition the future as no other human decision has ever done before in the history of humanity. Well, that sounds climactic and dire. It sounds the note of a tremendous responsibility on the part of those who know, and an involvement, will they or nill they, of those who do not know. There have been points of crisis in history, crisis, tension, emergence. There have been points of crisis before in history, but not one that involved the entire planetary population. Of course, anything today, given our communication system and the transport of whatever is happening via the media into our living rooms, so to speak, or onto our cell phones, due to those factors, the entire planet is always involved now. And we can comment on situations that are happening far away that we would have known nothing about. So there have been points of crisis before in history, but not one that involved the entire planetary population. There have been periods of danger, difficulty, war, famine, and distress, but none which conditioned the lives of untold millions as does the present. And of course, really, the number is in the billions. Time and again, there has been the emergence of leaders, conquerors, dictators, and world figures, but they have hitherto come at a time when their influence was limited by world communications and by national limitations. Therefore, their power was not universal, and their progress was arrested by the conditions of the period in which they lived. Given all that, I think Genghis Khan did much to fulfill his objectives. The amount of territory that he covered was stupendous, but he could not really make his way into Europe. And so it is with the Arabican invaders. They could not make their way into Europe through aggression. Now, there are other methods in the kind of world we have now. And the whole idea of aggression and the imagining that one's way of life is superior to that of everyone else's is an illusion which has to go. So no matter how powerful were these figures, they were always stopped by natural barriers, by communications, by the non-technological state of the world at that time. They were not capable, although as human beings they might have been very powerful, and had they lived in such a time as we have, they might have extended their influence much farther than they were able. But today, says the Tibetan, the entire planet and all nations of the world are definitely affected. And of course, how much more is this the case now? There is the setting up of barriers in a futile attempt to keep out of trouble and avoid war. Dominant groups are swinging many nations under their banners so that they are either associated with the totalitarian powers or with those nations which are opposing them. The smaller, weaker nations do fall under the influence of the stronger powers. And we see how quite a number of countries in Europe were overtaken by the Nazis and then produced their own armies and fighters under the direction the uh, of the German army. The nations which are not actually belligerents are equally active in the task of endeavoring to preserve their national integrity. I mean, you think about the neutrality of Sweden, the neutrality of Switzerland. Maybe there were other neutrals. At a certain point, it seemed like the United States, from its predilection towards isolation, was going to be a neutral, but it turned out not to be that way at all. The conflict today is a world conflict. Even in World War I, you think there were, it was the European war, but Australian and New Zealand battalions were showing up in the field of conflict because of their relation to the British Empire, to the United Kingdom. So, in a way, the whole world was involved even in the first phase of the conflict, and even more so in the second phase. The conflict today, he says, is a world conflict, and the following groups of people are involved. Number one, the fighting aggressor nations ruled by ambitious dictators. Number two, the nations which are seeking to defend themselves and the liberties of humanity. So in the first group, we have Germany, Italy, Japan, and in the second group, eventually the United States. We certainly have at the very outset England and France, and I'm not sure what could be done with China. I know that there was resistance against the Japanese, and I'm thinking that maybe Chiang Kai-shek and his armies were part of that resistance, but it seems that China at that time could not mount the necessary resistance against the Japanese at that time. Now, of course, now it would be entirely different because China, as a great first-rate nation, has grown tremendously in power. And then the neutral nations, seeing the issues involved and faced with the immediate necessity to take sides, which some of them did not. So, excuse me, these are the groups that were involved at that time. It seems a long ago, World War II, but some of us are older, and were born during that period. And we see how it has conditioned the world following its conclusion. All kinds of conflicts have arisen, but largely in the wake of the outcome of that war. And we're still in the midst, as I say, of a continuation of a great war between the dweller and angel of humanity. And the issue is not yet resolved. Although I think we'd like to think it was resolved. The momentum of this struggle is gaining daily. Fresh areas of the world are being swept into the conflict every week. The real issues, the impending economic results, and the political implications are emerging with growing clarity in every land, and make no mistake, even in those lands which lie numbed and suffering under the heel of the conqueror. I think India, too, was a nation that was largely neutral. And when it comes to some of the Arabic group, there were SS battalions within them, among them, so they were taking sides, it seems, with the Germans. So the real issues, impending economic results, political implications, all of these emerging for all to see and emerging even in the conquered nations. Among them, there is a silent and at present voiceless revolt. Now, revolts turned powerful and physical at length in France and in Italy. The partisans, the resistance to the German occupations or the fascist dictatorships, these arose. And, in many other places, I suppose, that I don't know about. Towards the end, obviously, those who had sympathies with the Allies, when the Axis powers were on the run, the way was clear for the arising of a more violent presence against the retreating powers. The inner speechless revolt in itself constitutes a menace to world peace, and, if evoked into full expression, may plunge the world still deeper into conflict. Well, that's a different point of view, isn't it? Well, certainly there was a great counter movement in France, I think very successful in some ways, and in Italy among the conquered nations, the occupied nations, let us say. But DK has this global perspective and is active among those trying to, in a way, save humanity from itself or lead humanity towards steps that will amount to avoiding the worst possibilities. Facing humanity today are two major dangers. They are. I remember reading this. Two major dangers, okay, and we may be surprised about what he says, but it is a practical fact, and we have to acknowledge that. These are: first, the conflict will be so prolonged that humanity will be completely exhausted, and thus a stalemate will be reached and a situation will arise which will bring to an end all civilized relationships and all hope of an ordered life of beauty, peace, and culture. Well, that did not happen. And the war, although prolonged beyond 1942, as it seems the Tibetan at first had not anticipated, did end in 45. It was a 6-year war, mainly. But as I say, an emergent second part to a greater war. So this is one danger, complete exhaustion. And I think, a great exhaustion that fell upon the warriors and the nationals of various countries after World War I contributed to the Spanish flu epidemic, because there was such devitalization and millions upon millions were killed. They died under the influence of the Spanish flu, no antibiotics at that time. And was it 50 million? It was a huge number. I may have my number incorrect, about how many died under the Spanish flu, but it was millions. Secondly, the nations not yet involved will fail to see the realities of the situation and will not come to the assistance of those fighting for the preservation of national and individual freedom. If this should prove to be the case, then, without so intending, and yet inevitably, they will stand on the side of evil and share in the responsibility of engineering world disaster. I wonder if this is not a strong warning to the United States, which had not yet entered the war in 1940, though the sympathies, obviously, of millions of Americans were with what we called the Allies, later called the Allies, which America would join. So two major dangers: exhaustion and the non-involvement of quite a number of nations, and that would contribute then to the victory of the Axis powers. The whole thing is about this battle on our planet between the lords of the dark face and the lords of the shining countenance. It's all a transposition of that millions of years old war into modern times. And I guess this is why the graduates of Earth School, going through all kinds of experiences between these opposing forces, will be called adjudicators between the pairs of opposites, soul and personality. Well, the fourth kingdom of nature is a warring kingdom, and the fourth creative hierarchy sponsors that warring kingdom, and it seems impossible to go through that middle phase without a contest between the two tendencies. Now, also, that fourth ray is the ray of achieved peace and harmony, and toward that we look in the future. The promise is there. If we can avoid literally destroying ourselves in the meantime. Today, there are no more than two parties in the world. Now, this is 80 years ago, okay? 79 years ago. Today, there are no more than two parties in the world, those who are on the side of right human relations and those who are on the side of selfish and cruel power politics. Can this be rightly said of our present era? Well, certainly there are leaders who think only in terms of power politics and the elevation, exaltation of their own country. And right human relations, right international relations are far from their primary thoughts. So there is a carryover, and this is the way human nature has reacted over the years, and the present era is no different. It is dangerous, and the danger probably is not seen. When you start putting your own nation first, it's just an assertion of egoism. And when I see, of course, this is 2019, but when I see the people mindlessly reacting to such slogans as America First, I'm taken back to former days when such mantrams only led to trouble. They didn't work. And in an increasingly synthesized world under the avatar of synthesis, they will work less and less. The totalitarian powers are on the march. Ruthless, selfish, cruel, and aggressive. Well, we've seen the documentaries and the frightening ways these powers are arrayed, and sometimes you look in at military parades in other countries and you see the same kind of motivation to overpower, to be so impressive that no one will dare challenge. These militaristic cultures present themselves as unassailable. Anyway, on the march, the powers which are battling for human liberty and for the rights of the defenseless little nations are standing with their backs to the wall, facing the strongest display of human might that the world has ever seen. We remember that mantra, a kind of twisting of the truth. The truth is that right makes might, but the way it was inverted by Germany, uh, might makes right. So if you can overpower anyone, any nation, you are seen to be in the right because you have proved your superiority, and it is the proof of superiority which constitutes rightness in this world where only the most fit must prevail and all others must be eliminated. The nations which are not yet physically involved are preparing for some form of action and for defense against the dictator powers, but not against the fighting democracy. So there are three factors operating here at this time, April 1940. As is always, the momentum with the Aries type is always at the beginning, and usually there is an irresistible attack and the inability to sustain the dynamics of the attack. And that's in the labors of Hercules as well. Hercules rounded up all those man-eating mares right away. Of course, he was working on the side of the good, but it doesn't make any difference. It's blitzkrieg, it's lightning war. Uranus, the highest ruler of Aries, it's the lightning-like victory. But then reality settles in and the counterattack occurs. Yeah, so no more than two parties in the world at that time. And if we look at it now, whether one is communistic, democratic, or maybe in some cases monarchic, maybe there are still only two parties really fundamentally in the world. The battle today is being fought out on land, on the sea, and in the air. From the economic standpoint, every country is involved, and that's true because, some of the neutral countries remained neutral and uninvaded because they offered various financial services to or permissions to Germany, which were useful in the war effort. Well, the selfishness of non-involvement when the issues are so clear carries with it a certain unavoidable karma. And I think we'll see that worked out more and more. From the economic standpoint, every country is involved, and ruin stalks in the wake of war, because money is not spent upon real human necessities, but simply on the art and science of destruction. The stopping of imports or of exports in many lands is bringing about the financial ruin of thousands. The pressure of economic disaster, the fear of famine and pestilence, and the constant risk of becoming actively a part of the war faces every country, not yet actually in the fighting line. So everybody is affected. At this time, the fear of defeat, of death and injury, and of the loss of all possessions is added to these problems where the nations at war are concerned. Because, as the armies move through, the citizens of the countries have no rights. Their property, their possessions, whatever, are appropriated by the stronger forces of the army, which is occupying, and maybe even their own army, because priorities exist. This is a realistic look at war. And so far, at least in modern history, this is the worst war that humanity has experienced. I can't say too much about the Battle of Kurukshetra, but some know, of course. And in those days, maybe there was a battlefield and armies met upon the field. Now, because of the structure of our society, all aspects are involved, and the citizenry is less safe than ever before. We see how, when we look back at the war, how normal citizens have been involved in a way much to their disadvantage. And some of the terrible tendencies of that war have gone beyond the borders and have appeared in modern times. Genocides, the wiping out of entire groups of people, have been attempted in various countries in Africa, and now I think in the Myanmar area. Techniques, inhuman techniques, have been carried from the Great War and have made for many populations a living hell. So indeed, we are a warring kingdom. The 20th century has been a warring century, and it is yet to be proven what the 21st century will bring. The one strong possibility in the right direction is that the energies which are causing the war are waning. They are subsiding. The fanaticism of the Sixth Ray. I mean, one just has to look at some of those rallies in the 30s in Germany, and it was utter Sixth Ray fanaticism. And the finality of Pisces, in which the genocides were attempted and in many cases progressed to a great degree. Humanity must face up to these facts, says the Tibetan. No matter how people may evade the truth, no matter how they may escape into a dream world of wishful thinking, the fact remains, inevitable and undeniable, that the world is at war, and everyone is involved. I guess he's proved his point, and that even the neutral countries have their own unbearable pressures, largely through fear, and of course a number of them have had to compromise their principles to remain neutral, and in the long run that takes away from one's integrity and self-respect and so forth. Okay, let's go on. The next section is the goodwill work. And we know that the organization World Goodwill has been established, but of course goodwill work is far wider than that. And there are so many men and women of goodwill, and the consciousness revolution that seemed to occur in the 60s, 70s, maybe 80s, mobilized many on the side of human welfare rather than national hegemony and a national superiority and domination. Prior to September 1939, remember, and we've been reading actually an article that began in September 1939. Prior to September 1939, the objectives of our worldwide work over a period of 9 years was the spreading of world goodwill, the discovery of men and women of goodwill throughout the world, and the endeavor to teach the meaning of the will to good. Well, that's got to be an important date because on September 1st, Germany did invade Poland. And this is after the annexation of Austria and the takeover of Czechoslovakia. It was not a battle per se. It was just easily done. So anyway, this is the main task of the new group of world servers: to spread goodwill, to discover the men and women of goodwill, to teach the meaning of goodwill. And even today, some people call them simply the World Servers Group or the World Servers, and maybe the word new is left out now because they've been around for over 80 years, but still in the history of humanity, it's relatively new and coincides with this amazing movement within hierarchy from the higher mental plane, where the ashrams previously focused onto the Buddhic and Atmic planes for the most part. This is the main task of the new group of world servers. We inculcated a non-separative attitude and the need for right human relations. We endeavored to make clear that differing forms of government and varying ideological systems were right and possible, provided that human beings lived together in goodwill and recognized their, he uses the word blood brotherhood, which I think is significant. Even in that way, we are all related to each other. In the outer sense, and certainly in the inner sense, we are. One day, the ways that we have been related will be revealed, and the many different nations and races in which we have incarnated will be shown, and the associations that we have had will be presented to us. A great study lies ahead of our development as a personality under the guidance of the soul, which more essentially we are. But, there's very few of us that are capable of seeing that now, and besides, the climax has not been reached. Maybe high initiates can see these things. Okay, so that was from 1930 to 39. From 1930 to 1939, it was largely educational work. and it was work with the psyche because no decision had been made. Then humanity made its decision to fight, and the war broke out. One group, the instigators of the war, fighting to acquire material power. Hitler was always checking out the national resources of the country that he intended to conquer, fighting to acquire material power, the glory of a nation, Japan, Italy, and the subjugation of the defenseless. That's how the instigators of war proceeded. Not very noble, was it? Materialistic power, national glory, subjugation of those who were weaker and could not defend themselves. Where is the honor in that? And the other group, fighting to preserve its own liberty of action, the preservation of its integrity, the right of the little nations, and the spiritual values. Okay. Well, that's how it started. And the precipitation occurred in September 1939, though it was pretty obvious for a long time the direction that things were going, especially if people willed to see. There were some people that were willfully blind. There appeared to be, when I saw the Neville Chamberlain speeches, having returned from conversation with Herr Hitler, trying to dignify him somewhat, the consequences of appeasement were evident even then. Of course, we do have history on our side. We can see what happened. He had a lot of hope, but men like Churchill knew that it was entirely impossible to deal honorably with the Nazi group. Immediately, the issue was abundantly clear in the minds of those who were in touch with human affairs. Immediately, certain nations took sides against the forces of aggression. Immediately, other nations, biased by similar distorted ideologies and equally selfish purposes, stood with the aggressor nation. Well, all these nations in the Axis were aggressors, but the most effective, I suppose, was Germany. But maybe the most horrific at first were the aggressions of Japan in China. And they were motivated also by a racist ideology. Immediately, panic swept the remaining nations, who took refuge in short-sighted neutrality and defense programs, a neutrality and programs which have proved quite futile to protect them. The psychological state of the world was extremely distressed at this time, and some anticipated that the jackboots would march over the entire world and subjugate all the defenseless. So the decision to fight was made. Fighting was done in two different ways. And then there was an immediate decision by many nations, either for participation according to the ideology that they supported, or the attempt to remain neutral, a rather futile attempt, and they had to pretty well sell their soul to providing services for the Axis powers, as in the case, I guess, of Sweden and Switzerland. I mean, each with their own justifications, of course, providing services that kept them from being invaded. When it comes to Finland, DK talks about the terrible predicament of that country. The ambitions of the Soviet Union led to attacks from the east, and a temporary siding with the Germans was the only way to acquire weaponry, because weaponry was not allowed to pass from England to Finland through Sweden because of Sweden's neutrality agreements. Well, all of this is from the past, but even the hierarchy took sides. The hierarchy, which for so many years had been working to promote goodwill and had counseled that no criticism was to come from the disciples because criticism did not work. Well, eventually, DK, seeing the horror of the Black Lodge as it used the Axis powers, called things by their true name, Hitler and his evil gang. And that was the worst of them all, because it used the most powerful force, which is the force of glamour. Japan was Maya, symbolically anyway, and Italy was illusion. Where then should the new group of world servers stand? Now, war has come. What should the men and women of goodwill do? Should they side with the totalitarian powers because in doing so they will bring the conflict more rapidly to an end? Or should they stand on the side of the neutral powers, frantically pursuing ineffective peace programs, policies of appeasement, and play into the hands of the totalitarian powers? These people would be what has been called in political parlance, and I think especially by Stalin, useful idiots. And we can see why. Humanity having decided to fight out the battle physically, there was nothing left to do but issue a challenge to the men and women of goodwill to take their stand on the side of such action as would release humanity through the destruction of the evil forces. And I think for long, the Tibetan and the hierarchy had tried to avoid this particular decision, the fighting decision. But once the precipitation occurred, there just was nothing more to do. A very peaceful approach under the second ray was used in the 30s, and the emphasis was placed upon goodwill, thinking that maybe the precipitation of the war need not happen. But then DK described how it all got bogged down, and basically people didn't care enough, and they did not make the necessary sacrifices. Well, these are cautionary tales, even for us today. So there was nothing left to do but issue the challenge to the men and women of goodwill, and of course the world servers, to take their stand on the side of such action as would release humanity through the destruction of the evil forces. It was a crisis mode, and we recall that in the Battle of Kurukshetra, Arjuna torn by his affiliation with both warring sides of his family, was made to make a decision. Krishna the charioteer demanded it, and eventually Arjuna had to throw the weight of his abilities on the spiritual side of the family. These had determined the destruction of the evil forces. These had determined to prove that might was right. Therefore, the forces fighting for progress and civilization had to meet force with force, as the old saying goes, to fight fire with fire. It was no longer possible to speak of the spread of goodwill, although it would be necessary to fight without hating. Okay, so where we are now is the end of hour 1. And I'll take this up in just a few minutes. And, we'll learn our lesson. We'll learn how the hierarchy viewed the war. And we may thereby learn how hierarchy views the present situation in which the dweller and angel of humanity are fighting it out, but not in a precipitated war. It has been, after all, will have been some 75 years from the time that Alice Bailey passed away and the writings ended, and that was a planned ending, of course. It has been 75 years, or will have been 75 years, and we have not heard in any such coherent manner from the hierarchy. There are people who receive messages, and some of them may be of value and others are glamorous, but an outpouring such as the Tibetan has been offering, from a master of wisdom, has, in my view, not really occurred. And so we have to somewhat imagine how it is that hierarchy sees the last 75 years. I'm sure that DK will give an analysis of the time that he was not writing. After all, he said he was looking for no new stenographers. And you know how it is, ambitious people offer themselves to be the next stenographer and so forth, little realizing their own motives. So the perspective of the hierarchy is always important. And I judge in the next series, in this series of bridging treatises, will tell us something about how the second half of the 20th century and the first quarter of the 21st century have been viewed from the hierarchical perspective. Good. So now let us continue. We've finished about an hour of this work, and we've seen that there was just no choice at this point for the men and women of goodwill. They had to take a stand on the side of such action as would release humanity through the destruction of the evil forces. So it was a change of approach. While there's still hope for unity, or at least some kind of harmony, peace, goodwill, the hierarchy will promote that when there is no other choice but that the forces which promote liberty among humanity will go down, then humanity must make the difficult choice. And even now, at this time, people are aligning with the direction that seems best to them. And it is actually a decisive moment when it comes to the fate of two of the three nations, maybe all three nations, which, being large aggregates of many types of people, hold the future of humanity in their hands. Okay. So the challenge was taken up by the democracies who stand for human rights and liberty. And of course, interestingly, it was England and France first. Because of the decision to fight on the side of spiritual progress, the spiritual forces of the planet had no alternative but to align themselves on the side of the allied democracies and endeavor to awaken the neutral nations to the issue. I mean, obviously, people do want to avoid pain, and they wrongly thought that by their neutrality they could, but karma will exact the price, if not at the time, then at some future time. And isn't it interesting that because a decision to fight was made by the democracies, hierarchy had no alternative but to align themselves on that side. It's something about the law, isn't it? When humanity does certain things, then hierarchy must respond in a lawful manner and endeavor to awaken the neutral nations. This was not always possible. They ranged themselves against the leaders of the aggressor nations, though not against the poor, deluded, or subdued peoples. They too must be liberated by the allied democracies. So this is interesting. It all boils down to one thing, that, indeed, hierarchy took sides. And here the word against is used. Hierarchy ranged itself, the masters ranged themselves against the leaders of the aggressor nations, though not against their poor, deluded, or subdued peoples, who also had to be liberated by the democracies. It seemed, in the second ray solar system and on this second ray planet, and given that democracy is the second ray form of government, it is democracy which must in some form prevail, although there are many distortions calling a form of government democracy when it really isn't. On the basis of an active will to good, the men and women of goodwill, acting under the inspiration of the new group of world servers, had no alternative but to take their stand with the spiritual forces and join the struggle for the liberation of humanity from totalitarian ambitions and the intentions of a group of evil men. Well, the years have passed, and the Tibetan is calling things as they are, now that the hope in the 1930s for a harmonization and the spread of goodwill and the avoidance of a precipitation of war, that hope had passed. And so, let's just say the leaders of the democracies entered the war, had their nations enter the war. Hierarchy then entered on their side and against the leaders of the Axis powers. And then all of the men and women of goodwill acting under that bridging group so close to hierarchy, the new group of world servers, also had no alternative but to take their stand with the spiritual forces and to join the struggle for the liberation of humanity from totalitarian ambitions and the intentions of a group of evil men. And you can see it, if you study these people, all of whom either committed suicide or were hanged, you see the evil. It doesn't mean that there's no redemption possible because, well, if all goes well, there's still some good left in the causal body, and the monad will never die. But it depends on how far one progresses along the left-hand path. If one finds oneself finally entering into the Black Lodge, then the relationship with the solar angel will be cut. And if it goes further, the monad itself will have to sever itself from its projection and start its progress again in some other solar system. But despite this joining of the forces of light, joining with the forces of light, the spirit of goodwill must be steadily and unchangingly the motivating impulse. No hate must be allowed to enter in. The greatest good of the greatest number lies today in the release of the nations from the domination of the totalitarian powers. And DK has told us at various points that, look, it's not monarchy that must be eliminated, it's not communism, it's not fascism, it's totalitarian government which must be found unsuitable for man's development, certainly at this time. What's wrong with it? It tends to prevent the special identity and quality of the individual, which is part of the will of God, from reaching manifestation. And so it's a condition of great limitation, whereby the gifts of the individual units are so suppressed that the will of God manifesting through these many gifts cannot be achieved, cannot be manifested. And now we'll look at something he calls pacifism. It probably is going to be, somewhat controversial. The Tibetan has written, when he's descended into the area of practical life, he's written things that are controversial and are rejected by groups of people. He's written on the Jewish group, and many of the members rejected. He's written on homosexuality, and many members of that lifestyle and orientation rejected. He's written on the Christian church and its futility, and the rejection is there also. But he must speak the truth in a skillful way if there is to be improvement. The pacifist position. The second point, let's see, let me kind of make that stronger, you know. I think I want to be able to find these things, you know. And here again is the same, the goodwill work. He's going to undertake these things one at a time. I think it will be a lengthy article. So here's the goodwill work, and that's what we've been dealing with. Yes, that's where he has begun. And now the pacifist position. The second point upon which I would touch is the arguments brought out by the pacifists in the world. Interestingly, you know that Gandhi was such a pacifist. All true and good people are pacifically, yes, minded, and all hate war. This is a fact, which the academic idealist and pacifist often forgets. All hate war. You know, it's been condensed for us in the saying that war is hell. Such people tell us that two wrongs do not make a right, and to meet murder with murder, which is their definition of war, is sinful, that war is evil, which no one denies, and that one must not take part in it. Then see, of course, how much evil is identified with the tendencies of Mars, at least upon our planet. They contend that thinking thoughts of peace and of love can put the world straight and end the war. Well, I think experience teaches otherwise. Such people fighting the existent fact of war usually do little or nothing concrete to right the wrongs which are responsible for the war and permit their defense, personal, municipal, national, international, to be undertaken by others. Others are protecting them. Let's just say that they are protected by others. The sincerity of these people cannot be questioned. They believe what they say. It should be remembered in countering these ideas and in justifying the fighting spirit of the Christian democracies that it is motive that counts, always with the hierarchy as they examine the thought and behavior of the individual or of the larger aggregation. It is motive that counts. So often we do not succeed in fulfilling that which we intend, but if the motive is right, we're working in the right direction, and something good will come out of it. War can be and is mass murder where the motive is wrong. It can be sacrifice and right action where the motive is right, and there is a pithy statement seen from two perspectives and which we must absorb and try to understand. War can be and is mass murder where the motive is wrong. It can be sacrifice and right action where the motive is right. The slaying of a man in the act of killing the defenseless is not regarded as murder. The principle remains the same whether it is killing an individual who is murdering or fighting a nation which is warring on the defenseless. I think we all agree. We know that in the law we can plead self-defense when we have to protect ourselves, and when we have to protect the innocent, it is also allowed. The slaying of a man in the act of killing the defenseless is not regarded as murder. The principle remains the same whether it is killing an individual who is murdering or fighting a nation which is warring on the defenseless. And that's really, what the Axis powers did. They could make their move, and they calculated the degree of resistance that they would meet when they attacked their targets. And if there was none or little resistance, or they felt they could overcome, they attacked. They always thought they would win. The material means which evil uses for selfish ends can also be employed for good purposes. The death of the physical body is a lesser evil than the setting back of civilization, the thwarting of the divine purpose of the human spirit, the negating of all spiritual teaching, and the control of men's minds and liberties. War is always evil, but it can be the lesser of two evils, as is the case today. So the motive must be the preservation of the best values of civilization and the preservation of the spiritual inclinations of the human being, rather than trampling them underfoot and enslaving the race in a condition of materialism. The present war, if carried forward to a successful completion by the defeat of the totalitarian powers, constitutes a far lesser evil than the subjugation of many nations to the unparalleled cupidity. I mean, one has only to think of, Hermann Goering and the theft of the art treasures of the conquered countries, the appropriation of the resources of conquered nations, cupidity, greed. It's a far lesser evil than the subjugation of many nations to an unparalleled cupidity, the appalling educational process, and the defiance of all recognized spiritual values by the Axis powers. A far lesser evil. And sometimes we are forced to choose between evils that cannot be avoided. And this was the case with the people at this point. And the pacifists, of course, would not participate in this, and they held on to their particular, I think, superficial ideal. If the totalitarian power should conquer, it would mean years of turmoil and revolt. Their victory would result in untold misery. There would be a great resistance. The forces believing in liberty would not be entirely subdued, and there would be continued guerrilla warfare and many, many cruel deaths under the boot of the totalitarian powers. It is no doubt, in no doubt, it is no doubt an undeniable spiritual truth that right thought can change and save the world. But it is also true that there are not enough people able to think to do this work. So that's just practical. If a large group of people who are trained can stand with massed intent, as it is said, then that thought can change and save the world. But who are the forces? Where are the forces ready to do this? The disciples before the war were trained, okay, but they did not find in themselves the motivation really to do what was necessary and make the necessary sacrifices. And there's no accusation in that, because we have to question ourselves. Are we ready to do what is necessary and to make the necessary sacrifices even now? Also, he says, not only not enough people, but there's not enough time in which to do it. The lightning war visited upon the world by Germany leaves no time, very little time, to organize, to counteract it by subtler means within humanity, that is. Always the hierarchy is working with the subtler methods. The thoughts of peace are mainly founded upon a stubborn idealism that loves the ideal more than humanity. They are based also upon an unrecognized fear of war and upon an individual inertia which prefers the dream world of wishful thinking to the shouldering of responsibility for the security of humanity. I'm recalling one of the letters that DK wrote to one of the students, I think a British student, and he did in a way chasten her, because he said, look, you really are doing less for the war effort than are many who know so much less than you. You're trained, you know the esoteric causes here, you know the possible outcomes, and yet in the outer world you do very little. So this is similar. As he's speaking of the pacifists, they do less. They love the ideal more than they love humanity, and they're actually afraid. They have fear. They are afraid of war. Well, I think, anybody in war's path who would not be fearful to some extent. At least the majority would, I think. Thus briefly have I sought to make the position of the new group of world servers clear as it fights for the rights of man, for the spiritual future of humanity, and for the new world order. Okay. So, it's not that the new group of world servers is released simply to meditate and work subjectively. More is expected of them, and probably even today, more is expected of us. I think we have many opportunities to speak to people, but I think there is a natural reticence and a dislike of being criticized for offering points of view which are unpopular or not easily understood by the more conventional mind. I think I've gotten into a number of discussions, some of them maybe a little heated, with members of my own family. And, sometimes the more intellectual a person may be and the more taken by the wise thought of the best worldly persons, the more they will fight against this point of view. But if people have the direction of good in their heart, then I think it's a question of time before they adopt the correct direction, a direction which really will support the divine plan, whether or not they believe in the esoteric factors involved. Well, he goes on here to say, what I have now to say will fall into four parts. And all of this is of great value. The durability, intellectual, spiritual durability of the Tibetan's books is lengthy, in my opinion at least. And we can only imagine what will be offered around the year 2025, as he says. So, the world as it exists today, its the present situation is the result of past tendencies, of underlying pressures, and of human decisions. So we have to know where we are, really what is realistically the case. When we're led by, in the old sense of the word, fabulists, people who make a fable and an untruth out of their estimation of the present world situation, then the direction taken will lead to ruin. We have to look also, number two, at the New World Order. This we will contrast with the Old Order and with the so-called New Order of the totalitarian powers. And number three, some problems involved, and later he wrote the book, The Problems of Humanity, which has been also in a way updated in the London headquarters back in the 80s maybe. Four major world problems will call for discussion, and these we must consider. And I wonder, new problems have arisen, especially ecological issues, and they need attention. So that has to be, I think, undertaken, and the task ahead. And we will deal, he says, with the interlude until peace is achieved, plus some suggestions for the coming period of reconstruction. Remember, under Gemini come the forces of reconstruction. Aries, the forces of restoration, restoring the divine plan on Earth. Taurus, the forces of enlightenment, and we've seen how those, they are first-ray forces and second-ray forces are operative. We had a way to codify the sentences in the first great invocation. And then under Gemini, the forces of reconstruction. It's a second ray sign, largely in terms of what passes through and is transmitted from that particular sign. Okay, the world today. And bearing in mind, although it's 80 years old, we will receive quite a few hints on the world today, 2019, 2020. We're really working on the lead up to the great conclave, and they will be, these years will be demanding of all disciples and stressful. What are the causes which have produced present world conditions? What are the underlying pressures which are producing the present chaos, or those which can produce eventual order? Before there can be correction, there must be appreciation of error. That's obvious, isn't it? There must be understanding of the predisposing causes producing the necessity. There must be realization of the general guilt and a shared responsibility for the evil conditions. This habit of projection to target others for what one has done incorrectly but does not see must go. There must be determination to make restitution, as they say in the 12-step programs, to make amends and to cease from evil doing. The Christ said, "Go forth and sin no more." Well, it's an important little paragraph because we have to evaluate what have been the causes of our present difficulties. Even now, nation is lifting up sword against nation. Nations are undermining each other in terms of cyber attacks. Nations seek economic hegemony. They seek to be world dominant or aligned with the larger nations that are world dominant. There's not much talk of the welfare of humanity as a whole. People suffering from poverty and malnutrition are allowed to remain in such conditions, and it is not considered a priority to lift them out of it. I mean, as I was saying, I read 300 children or so, maybe some adults, have died of the measles in Madagascar. What great nation, in terms of its policy, is really caring about that? Everywhere there are pockets of extreme suffering. Well, they'll care if the measles reach them. If the Ebola virus, which is deadly, reaches the Western nations, they will care. But right now, it doesn't touch them. Not significantly, so why should they care? So you can see how much the culture of the human heart remains a necessity in order to produce a more unified humanity, a happier humanity, a humanity not divided by frictions, economic, religious, producing such differences as can lead to war. The tendency to fasten the war on Hitler and his gang of evil men, there he goes, should not blind us to the causes which have made his evil work possible. He's wanting us to be entirely honest and to take responsibility ourselves. A general guilt and shared responsibility for the evil conditions. And there are so many of us, people think, they live one life and they don't see the antecedents of present conditions. But DK assures us that humanity and its members have sinned grievously. Their behavior has been grievous in the past. And probably before we look too closely into what that behavior was, we should go a long way towards restitution so that the view of the sins of the past does not destroy us. So anyway, the tendency to fasten the war on Hitler and his gang of evil men, whether 7 around him or 6, I can't, go through it all, but Goering, Himmler, von Ribbentrop, Streicher, Rosenberg, that's 5. There's probably one more. Goebbels. Goodness, how to leave Goebbels out of the situation when, in fact, he said that the main influence of the Black Lodge is working through Hitler and one other. It's my estimation that it was he. But DK leaves that unascertained, unspecified, because he doesn't want to get into too much targeting of thought, see us descend into the targeting of thought. Okay, Hitler, he is mainly a precipitating agency, for through him world selfishness and cruelty have been brought to a focus. So DK, somehow very careful in proportionately allocating blame. He's not going to become emotional or sentimental about it, nor go with prevailing trends of assigning blame. But as Christ has said, woe unto the world because of offenses. For it must needs be that offenses come, but woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. The causes of this rampant evil are inherent in humanity itself. For it must needs be that offenses come. Well, we live on that kind of a planet, and we are, as a race, not yet redeemed. And when we express ourselves, much selfishness does emerge. But we will, eventually learn how to balance the pairs of opposites and to render the lower of the pairs of opposites subservient to the higher. That is what will happen on our planet, and a great harmony will supervene. It's not that he's removing responsibility from Hitler and his gang of evil men, but he's being realistic about the evil environment of thought and of action which have made it possible for such men to function. Ancient and untrammeled selfishness has ever been a characteristic of man. It's a bit like being born in sin, you know. It's a bit like old Adam, and the natural body is full of sin. Well, I guess, you know, without reincarnation, that cannot be understood. We have cultivated an erroneous way of responding to our fellow human beings and to the kingdoms of nature. It's been entirely far too egotistical. And if we pause, we might understand that. We're not saying that there's anything inherently wrong with the body and its elemental system, but it has been allowed to dominate where it must be controlled. Ancient and untrammeled selfishness has ever been a characteristic of man. Thus it is to be a member of the fourth kingdom and to be making that transition into the higher kingdoms while well equipped with the lower elemental tendencies. The desire for power and for possession has ever motivated men and nations, because with power, your desire for possessions can be gratified. Cruelty, lust, and the sacrifice of the higher values to the lower have been deeply rooted human habits for ages. Of these ancient habits of thought and behavior, all people and all nations are guilty. Okay, I think, okay. I want to isolate this indictment of human behavior and human thought over the ages. Okay, we come out of a situation where there has been much wrong thought, much wrong behavior. It is perhaps a question of this being prompted, engineered, stimulated by the Black Lodge, but still each one of us is responsible. And that's probably why he just deals with it. You know, in esoteric psychology too, one should not, through one's dreams, recover one's past lives too quickly when in an unready state, because the sight of what has been done could prove paralyzing. Just like, you know, when you look at Medusa's head full of snakes, you turn to stone and you realize all the evil doing that is piled up in the karmic account. So we have to be careful about that. Careful about that. Steadily, as the world grew closer, the lines of cleavage and the antagonism of the nations increased, and thus the present war, beginning in 1914, is the inevitable result of wrong thought, selfish goals, and ancient hatreds. Individualistic interest, separative aims, and aggressive desire march towards their inevitable finale, war and chaos. After all, Mars, the planet of desire and of aggression, and the planet also of the iron or steel sword of division. War, cutting, cleaving, and the chaos that results from wrong relations, ill-suited to each other, and regardless of harmony. This is the history. And, now the chance is on the horizon for some kind of peace, which is entirely different from these ancient tendencies. You kind of wonder, in your present stage where you are a disciple, let us say, an aspirant disciple, aiming for the higher things, how human beings could ever fall the victim of this kind of rampant, aggressive desire for possession and for the property of others and for the welfare of others and for the labor of others involved in enslavement. You wonder because it seems so far from you. But thus it has been, and no doubt, much against our preference, we have been along the way involved because, as DK said, all have sinned, my brother. The economic situation also provides a symbol of this condition. The nations divide themselves into haves and have-nots, and it's not over. I'm remembering in the late 20th century, a book appeared about the North-South divide and how the North had and the South had not, maybe except for, places like Australia and New Zealand. The nations are divided in terms of economic opportunity, and then desire becomes heated to gain that opportunity, and aggression can find its way into the mix, and theft and war and all those things. So, this division between have and have-nots is bringing in the present era of gangsterism. Now, it happened after World War I, and it continued. It continued in the United States. It still is operative. Returning from that war, license prevailed, and people began to take what they wanted. Organized gangs in the United States came into being as an expression of these tendencies in national life. But it's not because the gang members did not have. Often they had in abundance, and especially through theft and extortion and all those means of taking what rightfully belonged to others. There are many, many reasons for the prevalence of gangs today, and now we see this in other nations like Mexico and Central America and South America, I'm sure also in other countries of which we are not aware. But these are antisocial groups, and they cause disharmony, they cause friction and danger to the populace. And, they're at that stage among the several stages of human development where they judge it is simply right to take what one wants, and one finds a way to convince oneself of that decision. In the international world, three nations are now playing the same part. Let's just call it of gangsterism, I suppose. Germany, Italy, Japan. The Allied nations and the United States are recognizing the menace of national and international gangsterism, taking without any right to do so controlling without any right, enslaving without any right. It is really a trespass upon the rights of others, and it's based on a very intense form of selfishness. The Allied nations and the United States are recognizing the menace of national and international gangsterism and are endeavoring to crush it. So this war has a lot to do with the attitude of the gangster, one who knows no inhibition because of law. But, and this is the point of importance, these conditions have been made possible by humanity as a whole. So we can never find ourselves, with respect to these matters, in the seat of the superior person and thinking that nothing we have done has created this situation. Is all someone else. The knowledge of reincarnation immediately reveals the fallacy of such thinking. We come to a humanity that is not yet redeemed. That's really the story. The coming in at this time of the Christ and his hierarchy. For the first time since they withdrew from visibility back in Atlantean days, is momentous in terms of the changes that are possible within humanity, changes which will affect the planet. And a better way for all is possible. The ancient past, indulging the lower elemental, unbridled, uncontrolled tendencies, that has to go. And it will. But it's interesting to think of gangsterism, isn't it? You can call in the law to protect you, but the people who carry out their own will against others, regardless of the law, and they do it together, are gangsters. If you think about the contrast, we seek to have a kind of developing group consciousness, don't we, among the spiritually inclined of the world? Well, the opposite pole of that is the gang, which does cohere under threat, I think. Just try to leave a gang, and the warrant may go out for you to be killed. Just try to leave certain religions. It's considered to be apostasy, the abandoning of the truth, the abandoning of the one true religion, and your life will be forfeit. Such is the fear of those who cohere under their own special rules, which are not response to the good, but the promise of selfish satisfaction. Well, it's difficult, but redeemable. All human beings can be redeemed, and it's my opinion that by the end of this particular universal pralaya, all forms of life, all extensions of the one universal logos will be redeemed. I've never been able to conceive of a pralaya that leaves some on the other side while all others disappear into complete fulfillment. Because we are part of the universal whole, I think that is impossible. And ultimately, there's only one actor in all of cosmos anyway, but it takes some advanced realization to come to that conclusion. And even though we come to that conclusion, we still have to understand the necessity for personal responsibility, the responsibility for its own actions of the severely curtailed emanation from the One. The emanation is a tiny part, but it has, once it reaches self-consciousness, its own form of self-responsibility. There is much to correct in human nature to make a true foundation for the practice of spiritual occultism. Now this, we're coming to another page and another subject, another topic, and this is the end of our 2. I wish indeed that I could explain everything in perfect and clear order. That's not possible for me, but I can offer my responses, which may or may not lead to an increased measure of recognized light and a greater understanding of that which is truly involved in any really difficult situation. So we'll go on to number 3 shortly. Okay, friends, I'm ready to continue here with a new subject. DK said he would take these things up in order, and he's giving little summaries of their meaning, and they are valuable in today's world as well, some 80 years later. This is a big theme: materialism and spirituality. There are today 3 major trends. First of all, a trend towards a spiritual and free way of life. Secondly, a trend towards intellectual unfoldment. And lastly, a potent trend towards material living and aggression. Okay, one can almost see this against a diagram of the human personality. The higher mind attracts us towards free living and a spiritual way of life, the lower mind towards intellectuality, and a combination of lower mind and the astral body, plus a limitation in perception, attracts us towards material living and aggression. At present, the last of these innate tendencies is in the saddle, with the second, the intellectual attitude, throwing its weight upon the side of material goals. A relatively small group is throwing the weight of human aspiration upon the side of the spiritual values. Really, within the astral body is involved, I suppose, in all cases, I should say. Aspiration for the first, a normal desire towards for the second, and low desire for the third. A relatively small group is throwing the weight of human aspiration upon the side of spiritual values. Hopefully that number has greatly increased through the consciousness awakening which swept the world in the latter part of the 20th century. The war between the pairs of opposites, materialism and spirituality, is raging fiercely, and we might as well say that the personality per se is the key to the materialistic attitude. And materialism is the representative type of perception of the personality. Spirituality is the representation of soul perception to the extent, that it exists as an infusion, or perhaps some people are capable of focusing within the soul and abstracting from the personality. It's the old story of the dweller of humanity and the angel, and those who stand between, still waiting to decide upon which side to put the emphasis. It's sort of the Arjuna state. Only as men turn away from material aggression and towards spiritual objectives will the world situation change, and men, motivated by goodwill, force the aggressors back to their own place and release humanity from fear and force. Now, who are the aggressors? Certainly also the members of the Black Lodge, the powerful entities obsessing certain of the leaders, and their place to which they would be forced back is on the astral plane, and one of the names by which we call it Marakara. Mara are all the forces of ignorance and what results from them. We are today reaping the results of our own sowing. Now, everyone has to take responsibility. That is what he has emphasized. The recognition of the cause of the problem provides humanity with the opportunity to end it. That's for sure. And so many of us perhaps blame it on the other person, on the other nation, etc., and disavow our own participation in being part of the cause, whether now or in a former time. The time has arrived when it is possible to institute those changes in attitude which will bring an era of peace and goodwill founded on right human relations. Now, this has never happened completely, and the door where evil dwells was left, we are told, partially ajar after the war, and some influence from that materialistic side has made its way into our world. Perhaps it has been forced further ajar. Certainly the situation in the Middle East, the Tibetan attributes that to the war being left ajar. It's one of those controversial things that he said. He said there was no need to form the state of Israel, that so many nations would have been happy to accept the Jews into their country. But, that's long ago, a fait accompli, long ago. And I guess we're to the point where 70, about 70 years, 71 years, something like that, coming up 71 years. The state of Israel, with all of its democracy and its advancements, does exist. It is a fact. So, the Tibetan predicted many things, and there were other ways the door was left ajar. The corporatocracy and the oligarch attitude that wealth will rule, and in general, capitalism, which he said has emerged and, in very strong words, wrecked the world. All right, this is all from his perspective, but we do see an outstanding cleavage between the very, very rich and the very, very poor, and it is not it's not a tenable situation. It can't go on forever. Already there are people who are advancing the Aquarian cause, which in many ways is an equalizing cause, and they are not welcomed by the capitalists and those who feel that it is right for them to gather as much money and as many resources as they can. They're just not into sharing, which is one of the key requirements for the Christ to return. Now, there are great philanthropic impulses among some of the very rich. This cannot be denied, and probably Bill Gates and his wife have done a great service. And I must say he is not alone. So the spirit of philanthropy is alive and well among certain of the far-seeing representatives of the third ray, which is the ray that assists in the amassing of great wealth. Okay, so the time has arrived in which it is possible to institute those changes in attitude which will bring an era of peace and goodwill founded on right human relations. And we know, very well that peace is not simply the absence of war. So I don't think that period has yet come to fruition, but we look forward to the possibility, especially once the Aquarian age is really fully with us in another century or so. There's still much to deal with the outgoing sixth ray and the outgoing sign of Pisces. So these two forces, materialism and spirituality, face each other. And in our own lives too, the pairs of opposites, is it not so? What will be the outcome? Will men arrest the evil and initiate a period of understanding, cooperation, and right relationship? Or will they continue the process of selfish planning and of economic and militant competition? Well, if we assess the present time, the period of understanding, cooperation, and right relationship has not arrived, though there is promise in certain quarters, and there is still a continuation of the process of selfish planning and of economic and militant competition. Yes, there is. Whoa. All right. So now, just getting that bracket ready. The question must be answered by the clear thinking of the masses and by the calm and unafraid challenges of the democracies. An honest reckoning, and let's just say that education is now being widely spread among the masses. Perhaps this gives the opportunity for for clearer thinking. On all sides, the need for a new world order is being recognized. The Totalitarian powers are talking of the new order in Europe. The idealists and thinkers are unfolding schemes and plans which vision entirely new conditions that will bring the old bad order to an end. There is a constant demand for the Allies to state their peace aims and indicate clearly what adjustments will be made after the war, because a vision of the future world policy will help humanity through the present crisis. And that's so true. The old saying, where there is no vision, the people perish. However, as we have seen, after the war, there was a reversion to many of the bad old ways and reactionary attitudes. So what the Tibetan had hoped, and here expressed as a period of understanding, cooperation, and right relationship, did not take place on a large scale. And this is an opportunity missed, obviously, because there had been a sweeping clean of the house of, what should we say, 7 devils, or at least the house was swept clean, and one of the devils went away and came back with 7 more, and the owner, was in worse condition than before. So we have to be realistic. So many goodwill organizations have arisen. So many progressive groups have arisen, but it has not very much affected the governments of these countries in which the good developments have been moving forward. The United Nations has done its excellent work following the war, but there are challenges to the United Nations as well, and some of the wealthy countries, such as the United States, seek really to withdraw their support. There is, again, a trend towards nationalism, materialism, fascism, Nazism. This is a fact. The education has not been sufficient. And there is a reversion, and the reversion arises because of fear, and I suppose there's a way to somehow sense that the conclave is coming and that a decisive moment is coming in the life of humanity, and we know that before greater possibilities there is often a retraction to old conditions, some kind of foolish nostalgia for a time that never really existed. All right, now we go further. Historical background. Okay, historical background. Throughout the Middle Ages, the rule of powerful monarchs, the spread of empires, and the march of national conquerors were outstanding characteristics. And think of this is in the age of Pisces. It tells us about the work of Pluto and Jupiter to an extent, but the expanding power of compulsion over others. A relatively small number of people were involved. The church of the time had immense power in all European countries. It controlled the education of the people, but laid no foundation for right political thought. The history of the past is the history of many forms of government, Races and nations have come and gone. Political regimes and religious forms have played their parts, have persisted and or disappeared. The sorry history of humanity has been one of kings and potentates, rulers and warriors, presidents and dictators, rising into power at the expense of their own and other nations. Conquerors come and go: Akbar, Genghis Khan, the Pharaohs, Alexander the Great, Caesar, Charlemagne, William the Conqueror, Napoleon, Hitler, and Mussolini. Notice that even Akbar is listed here for that which he did as an emperor, even though he was a former incarnation of the Master M, so we are told. Conquerors come and go. They have upset the rhythm of their times and have come to power through aggression and slaughter. As the nations grew more closely interrelated, their influence and their field of expression increased. The growing means of communication brought this about. Great Britain knew nothing of the movements of Alexander. The people of America knew naught about Genghis Khan, but the sound of the marching armies of Napoleon were heard over a far wider area, and the triumphs of Hitler, diplomatic and military, are known throughout the world because of the communications system. And now it's instantaneous. It's in the same hour of the same day. We interrupt the usual broadcasting to bring you a special report. How often have we heard that? So we have the instantaneous delivery of news, including aggressions which have occurred. The entire story, I suppose, of any war will never be told, but we are alerted. It's interesting, that he includes Akbar, because as I've read about Akbar, there were some deeds that do not seem to accord with the character of Master Moria. But then, in earlier incarnations, because I do not think Akbar was yet a master, things are done which have to be expiated. The totalitarian powers have turned the world into one armed camp. He told us we must not live now in an armed camp because it's a nuclearly armed camp, a nuclear armed camp. We must not, or there will be a great explosion, he told us. So they've turned the world into one armed camp for offense or defense. Motivating all these conquerors was lust for gold, lust for land, lust for power, lust for personal triumph. The modern dictators are no exception, and they bring nothing new. This is the strictly first-ray approach, and on our planet at this time and in our solar system at this time, it has no place. As I said, democracy is the way of the second ray. Democracy is that form of government most associated with hierarchy, and the relationship between hierarchy and humanity is the main development to be sought. We live on a second-ray planet in terms of its soul. We live in a second-ray solar system in terms of its soul. At this time, democracy is the way. As for the enlightened form of monarchy that Shambhala represents, including all the other valuable forms, it is not for human expression at this time. The next phrase here is world anarchy. And let's take a look at it. I mean, we're certainly getting a deep understanding now of the Tibetans' view of these various governmental systems and the consequences working out through the application of these systems. The history of the world has been built around the theme of war. Humanity, a warring kingdom. Its points of crisis have been the great battles. I was noticing the other night how this film called Troy was being shown, and well, you can wonder about the merits of the film, but it certainly told us something about that great conflict in ancient days. And it told about the character, I think, of the Trojans and the Greeks, and the way it ended was in the ruination of Troy. I think there was an archaeologist that discovered, he felt, a German archaeologist, I believe, I don't remember the name, he discovered the ruins of Troy. The old method of warfare, a fortified city and a siege. This has been going on until recently, and I think hand-to-hand combat made this kind of arrangement necessary. Once there were cannons, once there were reliable rifles, guns, that mode of fortification became obsolete, and there was more the meeting on the battlefields and other methods of war, including guerrilla warfare, and until we've reached the kind of free-ranging war that occurred in World War II. The regimenting of soldiers, as we had under the British, gave way to something else. The British would march in serried ranks and then, at a certain point, divide up, and the chaos of war was evident. But they began with those regimented marches. We don't have that anymore. And now, when we look at how wars are carried on, war from the air is much more powerful than war on the ground, though never accomplishes everything that must be accomplished from the air. Anyway, onward, the thought of revenge motivates some nations. It was an important factor in the German rearmament after World War I. Many of those most important in that coming phase of the war, including Hitler, thought that Germany had been, as they say, stabbed in the back. The demand for the righting of ancient historical wrongs influences others. The restitution of lands earlier held directs the acts of others. For instance, the ancient glory of the Roman Empire must be restored. You know, whenever you see that kind of backward-looking motive, you suspect that the Black Lodge has its finger in it. The glory that was Rome, the ancient glorious Teuton, the samurai of Japan, none of this is progressive. It's a reclaiming of a past which may never have existed anyway. And now we have the year 2019 and earlier years, Make America Great Again. It's the same backward-looking reactionary attitude. The culture of France must be paramount. and French security must outweigh all other considerations. We did have the cosmic evil touching down through the period of the French kings. British imperialism has in the past outraged other nations, Taurus and the First Ray on the personality level. A German hegemony and living space, Lebensraum, must dominate Europe, and the German Superman must be the arbiter of human life. American isolationism would leave humanity defenseless in its hour of need and hand men over to the rule of Hitler. Russia in her silence cannot be trusted. Japan is upsetting the balance of power in Asia. Such is the picture. Such is the picture today. Well, it's a picture of selfishness, and it's certainly not a picture of one humanity, nor of care for other nations. Anyway, the motives of so many nations are here listed, here detailed, and I wonder how different it would be now. We are not in this particular situation yet, and we do not have entirely naked aggression, although recently, Russia has taken over the Crimea through proxies which basically serve Russia and not the Ukraine. All kinds of human selfishness manifests itself. And the egotism of nationalism is clear for all to see if they will see it. And that's why these federations of nations are so very important, to keep, the law of the fish from prevailing. The big ones eat the little ones. And that can no longer be allowed. The Federation of the United States, the Federation of the United Kingdom, and the British Commonwealth, the federation that is now within the sphere of Russia. All of these have great potential for the future. And if they split up, then we will have these attacks meant to glorify one nation over another. DK says, anarchy rules the world. Famine stalks the inhabitants of Europe. Certainly did after the war. The civilian population of cities, the women and children are in grave danger of injury and death. The bombing of English cities, and when you look at the needless bombing of Rotterdam, it had already virtually surrendered. There was no need for the bombing except to prove the superiority and bring people into line, the German superiority. So much cruelty because of so much ignorance. So little understanding of what the human being is, what its destiny is, and what its relationship to other human beings really esoterically may be. So the women and children are in grave danger of injury and death and are forced to live underground. Pestilence appears. There is no safety on land or sea or in the air. I'm thinking about the Lusitania, which was instrumental in bringing America into the First World War. It was not a warship, and it was sunk by German U-boats. It has to be maybe one of the most cowardly forms of war to travel the depths of the ocean and in surprise moves to ambush, as crocodiles ambush, as alligators ambush the prey. What a picture this is. How close we would be once again if we allowed ourselves to let the current war, which is psychological, mental in nature, precipitate globally onto the world stage. The nations are on the verge of financial ruin. Certainly World War II ruined the United Kingdom, or at least Great Britain, financially. Science has turned to the invention of the instruments of death. We have here Russia bragging lately about missiles that cannot be stopped and building, well, there's so many things under research, including death lasers and other things of that nature. We're told the fifth ray type must bring the second ray of love wisdom, the second petal, into expression, but for many they do not. The populations of cities are entire districts, and entire districts are shifted from one part of a country to another. This is Stalin insisting on forced migrations, and where they didn't occur, even where they did occur, there were forced starvations. Families and homes are broken up. There is intense fear, hopeless looking into the future, bewildered questioning, suicide, and murder. The smoke of countless fires blackens the skies. It's a real picture of Armageddon in a way. The Agni Yoga people feel that the Second World War was, in fact, Armageddon. Whether they are correct or not, I guess a much more severe form of Armageddon lies ahead at the time of the Last Judgment, or Judgment Day, we're being told, but something we really can't imagine as it takes place on other planes, strongly on other planes, and maybe not so much on the physical plane. The seas are strewn with dead and with wrecked vessels. The thunder of guns and the noise of exploding bombs are heard in approximately 20 countries, and sometimes the noise, I was told, was so great that it would actually shatter the bodies. I was told about an incident where a family was at dinner. They were discovered at dinner, all of them dead. And they were discovered by some expeditionary force that was not responsible for attacking them, and this family just basically fell apart from what the sound had done to them. The thunder of guns and the noise of exploding bombs are heard in approximately 20 countries. War rises up from the waters as submarines, marches over the land as armies, and descends from the skies as bombing. Well, what a description. And now it would be much worse given the kind of weaponry we have. This was written before atomic weapons existed. So we've all seen the pictures of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and we've seen the burned bodies, even of the people who are still alive, and we've seen the horrible suffering that radiation burns have caused, and that was with bombs that are like firecrackers compared to what we have now. So, when you combine the first and the fifth ray, the forces of materialism can emerge on those rays. and they can use technology to bring death. That is a possibility, and we, who think of the beautiful life of hierarchy and what humanity can become, cannot blind our eyes to the alternative, which is even far worse than what the Tibetan is here describing. And I would say the possibilities now are far worse than this. But we maybe have forgotten. It has been 80 years. Well, it's been 75 years. Or is it? Let's see. Yeah, it will. Right. It has been now 55 plus 18, so that's 70, 73, something like that, 73 years, 74 years since the last global hostilities were threatening humanity and causing the kind of havoc that is here discussed. There have been other wars, and terrible in their own way, but limited. There has been much destruction of peoples and properties. I'm thinking of this war in the Sudan. I'm thinking of the way that the Myanmar Muslims have been hunted down. We don't know what's going on in China, but re-education camps, you might as well call them concentration camps, are now in full swing for the Islamic groups in the west of China. It's a horrific picture, and we float above it all, pursuing many selfish ends which do not bring any care to the people who are so afflicted. We had a genocide that occurred in Africa not long ago in Rwanda. Thousands upon thousands were killed simply because they belonged to one tribe or another. What is all this? Is there such an aggressive instinct in humanity? Is the reptilian brain determined to express itself? Is there no soul guidance? So the battle is really on between the spiritual potentials of man and his material tendencies, which have been extant, I suppose, for millions of years. It is to this situation that the old order has brought humanity. It is to this disaster that man's cruelty and selfishness have tended. No nations are exempt from the criticism, and all are more rapidly moved by selfish purpose than by the spirit of sacrifice. Well, this is a true assessment, and we have to take a deep breath and realize, yes, it is the case. Despite the many, many good people in the world and the determination to live a better and more spiritual life, those in power are frequently of this type. Rarely do you get an Abraham Lincoln in the seat of power, and even then, in order to respond to synthesis and preserve the union of the United States, he had to oversee a war, and a bitterly fought war on American soil. Well, indeed, we need the hierarchy, its guidance. We need the Christ, not to appear as some magical savior who will take everything out of our hands and make all right, but who can guide a people who finally have become teachable and can listen, perhaps because they have suffered so much. There is suffering is a fast way, pain is a fast way, and where there is a refusal to comply with the spiritual direction, perhaps the suffering has not been deep enough, which is sad to say. Every idealistic American can only be aroused into action by an appeal to her self-interest and security. Even even idealistic America can only be aroused into action by an appeal to her self-interest and security, not because of the love of humanity and the defense of spiritual principles. Still, the condition of selfishness reigns. For our encouragement, let us recognize that the same humanity which has brought about these terrible conditions can also create a new world, the new order, and the new way of life. We have to look on the other side while realistically seeing the terrible past to which we have come. We must also realize that the potentials for a much better way lie in our within our grasp. The selfish, wicked past can give way to a future of understanding, of cooperation, of right relations, and of good. Separativeness must be superseded by unity. The combination of totalitarian aggressors, of allied democracies, and of anxious neutral nations must be changed into a world which is characterized by one endeavor, the establishing of those relations which will produce the happiness and peace of the whole and not only of the parts. Well, there is encouragement here, and I don't know if we feel the same kind of pressure that those in the midst of a war with the forces of materialism gaining ground as they did in the 1940s. I don't know if we feel the same way, but latent beneath the surface are some of the same conditions, which, would they emerge, could be far worse than what was experienced then, due to the kind of weaponry and the instantaneity of war. It may have taken a while to get the troops to march to a certain place, to transport them over the sea. Now, with rockets, you may have 15 minutes of warning before some kind of nuclear warhead goes off. The EMP, what's it called, electromotive pulse or electromagnetic pulse, something like that, can go off over a nation and I'll exaggerate, but send it back to the Stone Age. Basically, all communications, all electronic advantages, I suppose the electrical grid, many things that we rely upon for a modern life would be instantaneously destroyed. We are coming to the point where we have to realize that destruction, self-inflicted, is a possibility, as Master DK said, a possibility which can be visioned. He said this in the introduction to the first edition of Problems of Humanity. And he warned us. And I don't think we should rest back and find ourselves assured by the fact that Foster Bailey said that Master DK assured him in 1952 that there would be no atomic war. Was it in 1952 that the hydrogen bomb was created? And I'm sure that there are weapons now that make those early efforts look um, tame and relatively harmless. This is one of the reasons why I think from 1950 to at least the year 2000, the fifth ray ashram had to be put under suppression. It could no longer function independently. It had to function as a subset of the general third ray, which rules the rays of attribute. It had to be depotentized, because you can imagine, with motives such as we have seen and such as we have been discussing, with motives like that, uh, an advanced fifth ray mentality could really create a doomsday machine with respect to the entire earth. And you begin to wonder whether our neglect of the environment is not creating for many nations and locales a kind of doomsday scenario. There have been times in the history of the universe, I'm sure, when self-inflicted destruction has occurred. And the universe is full of suns and constellations and planets, and we are responsible for our own actions. So living with this threat, and it is a threat, hovering just beneath the surface, we have to apply ourselves in new and more intense ways and work from a higher point of tension and with a kind of caring, a skill in action accompanied by caring, which can be really effective. Obviously, we can't do this ourselves, and the hierarchy is hard at work, and we've seen in some of the great emergencies that humanity has experienced, the Lords of Liberation have entered, and we're told that into the triangles network in emergency situations, the Buddhas of activity can enter. And there have been shambolic interventions, and there was planned, as I've said, and as you know, an intervention by the solar logos in the First World War, somewhere maybe around 1917. Somehow the vision of what could happen if that intervention did not occur warranted it, but then humanity managed to solve the issue itself. So we are still in a serious situation, though it is latent. It's not a worldwide shooting war, not yet, and hopefully the sanity, when you can count on it, of the world leaders would prevent that from happening. But sometimes, as we've seen, world leaders are not so sane. Now, we're at a point where I'll say that it's almost 3 hours. We have about 5 minutes left for that, or 6. And I will continue to go forward. This seems like a day when there have been a number of interruptions, unfortunately, or fortunately. And I hope that I can keep this in a relatively coherent presentation. Excuse me. The New World Order, not the order as envisioned by the counterforce and their representatives. I assume that my readers recognize some intelligent or spiritual direction of humanity, that there is a plan, there is a purpose. I care not by what name they may call that guiding purpose, Some may call it the will of God, others the inevitable trends of the evolutionary process. Still others may believe in the spiritual forces of the planet. Others may regard it as the spiritual hierarchy of the planet or the Great White Lodge. Many millions speak of the guidance of Christ and his disciples. Be that as it may, there is a universal recognition of a guiding power, exerting pressure throughout the ages, which appears to be leading all towards an ultimate good. So he's assuming that in us, and that we believe in the intelligent spiritual direction of humanity, call it by the name purpose, and maybe call its details plan, the divine plan. I guess as readers of the Tibetan, we have become certainly accustomed to that kind of thinking. Some definite direction has led man from the stage of primeval man to the direction, that evolutionary point where a Plato, a Shakespeare, a Da Vinci, a Beethoven can appear. Well, man has been on this planet for some 21 million years. Some entered with experience, but still it's a short time. And we can only imagine Lemurian man. Sometimes we get maybe a picture of Lemurian man when we see the statues at Rapa Nui. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Something like that. And we see the contrast where the great thinkers, Plato, a fifth rounder, Shakespeare, whoever he really was, maybe Shakespeare, but maybe something else, the great artist and inventor Da Vinci, and the master musician Beethoven. How did they evolve out of the early Lemurian man? Well, over millions of years. A million years is a long time. Some power, sometimes it seems like a long time, but when compared with the duration of a universe, to be expressed according to the Hindu chronology in trillions of years, it seems a short time. Some power has evoked man's capacity to formulate ideas, to produce systems of theology, of science and government. Some inner motivating power has given man the ability to create beauty, and even, the cave paintings are quite remarkable from long ago, to discover the secrets of nature. Some realization of divine responsibility lies behind the philanthropy, the educational systems, and the welfare movements throughout the world. The progress of the human spirit has been one of irresistible unfoldment, of a developing appreciation of reality, beauty, wisdom, all these divine qualities. Reality is not a quality, I think. Reality is reality. It is the substratum. Instinct has developed into intellect. Intellect is beginning to unfold into intuition, the significance of God, the registering of man's divine potentialities, and the increasing capacity to understand and to share in the thought processes of others. All these indicate progress and unfoldment. So, I'll just put those words down without the jumping. Okay. Excuse me. Yes, it's been a long trip, certainly in the way limited man perceives time, and we have traveled, all of us, most of us, since Atlantean days anyway, and maybe from Lemurian times as well, though, the disciples of the world tend to be maybe more the moon chain type, but then it indicates an even longer journey involving great pralayas and even billions of years in hiatus. It's been a long time to come to this point of the intelligent, intuitive human being. So something's behind it, a propulsion, a driving forward, a plan, a purpose. The picture of the beauty of the human spirit must be placed beside the earlier picture of man's selfishness and cruelty and man's inhumanity to man. Both pictures are true, but only the one of beauty is eternal, the other is but transient. Well, this is what it means to be on the fourth ray, to, as it were, contradict oneself, to have the great possibility of beauty and spiritual expression, and simultaneously selfishness and cruelty. We do live a contradictory life until we bring out of the two one. We bring harmony. Two merge with one, as the word of power tells us. The one is forever there, but we don't know that until we find the way to merge the two into the one that already exists. Man is a composite of higher and lower expressions, and behind all the wars and difficulties which accompany man's progress through the ages lies this major factor, an ancient persistent fight between man's spiritual aspiration and his material desires. And if we are honest, we will find it within ourselves, this very battle, this persistent, ancient, persistent battle. And as we approach the fifth kingdom in nature, the higher of the pairs of opposites really begins to be the victor. But it is a divided kingdom, and we have to end this division. Once we recognize the divisions, once we've begun to reach the stage of thought and of soul-inspired thought, we are on the move towards a new kingdom which will allow new forms of expression that we can call spiritual and not material. This condition is today brought to a focus in the conflict raging between the totalitarian powers and the nations which are fighting for the rights of the human spirit and for the freedom of humanity. So on a worldwide scale, that which occurs within every human being is brought forward for all to see. In this case, good versus evil, totalitarianism versus materiality, the forces of freedom fighting with the forces of enslavement. But you see, it's not just now, it is long in development and has characterized humanity well from the beginning, although the recognition of the higher of the pairs of opposites did not make it such an internal conflict, because there was no recognition really of the higher of the pairs of opposites, unless Blavatsky speaks of the recognition that primitive Lemurian man had of the indwelling angel. Maybe there was an abiding by what the angel was saying or that towards which it directed, maybe that was so, but it was lost over time, and the lower part of man was emphasized, except in the case of the minority, and now increasingly the higher of the pairs of opposites has a chance to express itself. My use of the word spiritual has nothing to do with the use of this word as Orthodox religions use it, except insofar as the religious expression is part of the general spirituality of mankind. Somewhere DK tells us, that the thought within humanity that the only type of spirituality is that which is connected with the churches is one of the great triumphs of the Black Lodge. It has eliminated, let's say, the approach of 5 ashrams. The spiritual approach of 5 ashrams is not considered spiritual because spirituality is seen to be limited only to the religious approach. Now that is changing now and must change, and so much of the church's approach is seen to be antiquated and no longer useful for humanity's progress. It has to undergo great changes as well. Everything is spiritual, which tends towards understanding, towards kindness, towards that which is productive of beauty, and which can lead man on to fuller expression of his divine potentialities. Now that's one of those sentences which has to make its impression upon us. So many of the seed thoughts of the esoteric work that we've been doing are found in this book. Everything is spiritual, which tends towards understanding, towards kindness, towards that which is productive of beauty, and which can lead man on to a fuller expression of his divine potentialities. And we really need to ponder that and see spirituality in politics, in education, in finance, in art, in science, and of course, in the idealistic approach where human churches usually find themselves, and in the process of magic and reordering of the world, all spiritual, if leading on to a fuller expression of man's divine potentials. All is evil, which drives man deeper into materialism, which omits the higher values of living, which endorses selfishness, which sets up barriers to the establishing of right human relations, and which feeds the spirit of separateness, of fear, of revenge. I would recommend, that if you want to pull these two sort of sentences really out of the context and put them someplace where you can really reference them, they will be of great value to you. I mean, if I were to listen to myself, I would say, okay, well, here's, let's just see, good spirituality and evil. And I would make this bigger, wouldn't I? And then what would I do? Then I would make that a save, and I'd put it in my Alice Bailey extracts, wouldn't I? And there it is, done. Okay. Everything is spiritual, which tends towards understanding, towards kindness, towards that which is productive of beauty, and which can lead man on to a fuller expression of his divine potentialities. All is evil which drives man deeper into materialism, which omits the higher values of living, which endorses selfishness, which sets up barriers to establishing right human relations, and which feeds the spirit of separateness, of fear and revenge. Well, it's so clear, isn't it? It's so very clear. So I'll just erase that, hopefully, and come back to our text. On the basis of these distinctions, I always find that it is necessary to reclaim the blue bracket, otherwise the cut and paste looks very strange where they are needed. On the basis of these distinctions, it is surely apparent that God, the planetary logos, who is evolving within our second-ray solar system, and at the moment is a second-ray God, that God is on the side of the allied nations, for it cannot be supposed that Christ is on the side of Hitler and the rule of cruel aggression. Sometimes it's a joke to say that everybody leading the charge thinks that God is on their side, but it all depends on the motive and what we call God. The spiritual hierarchy of the planet is throwing the weight of its strength against the Axis powers. There's that word against again. Just insofar as the spiritually minded people of the world can collaborate, for there is no coercion of a man's free will, and that, of course, is the great Syrian law of freedom and cannot be abrogated, but they are against the leaders, not the poor, helpless people who are swept into the whole situation without being able to counter it. So that's twice that in this section of the book where the word against has been used, and if all else fails to bring humanity to a condition of harmony and goodwill and right human relations, and the battle is precipitated by humanity, then the hierarchy must cooperate with those who represent the spiritual values. No one is afraid of the allied nations. The situation has not been precipitated by the allies. Their methods are not the methods of lying propaganda. Just take a good look at that newspaper put out by Julius Streicher called Der Stürmer. It's you can't believe it. It's the big lie. And of course, Goebbels, if you're going to tell a lie, tell it very big. The propaganda chief, probably one of the greatest liars humanity has ever produced, or at least modern humanity. No one is afraid of the allied nations, and they don't use lying propaganda and the terrorizing of the weak and defenseless. Facts prove these points, and it is this recognition which lies behind the constant aid of the United States. At least, I'm thinking about the Lend-Lease Act, and I'm thinking about Churchill saying, look, we cannot supply the hardware, but give us the tools and we will finish the job. It was quite an assertion, but eventually Churchill and Roosevelt met on the high seas, and they brought about the Atlantic Charter and a cooperation which proved, for the most part, steadfast throughout the war and was entirely necessary. It brought out so much good and so much heroism and so much sacrifice in the participants that although the war was terrible and should not have precipitated the power of Sanat Kumara to bring good out of evil was sensed, was recognized. It did do that. And sometimes, gosh, it's an old statement there, but I wish I knew where to find it now. But the idea was that the Atlantean War was so severe that many began to tread the path of initiation at that time, who, without that forcing process, would not be treading it even now. And that's millions of years. So sometimes these dire circumstances force choices that really lead to accelerated growth. Okay, the way of living and the spiritual objects of the democracies are recognized by all, and it is these which are threatened by the totalitarian concepts of life. Through the democracies, humanity speaks. And, the dictatorial tendencies are with us now. And even in the United States, if I can assess this, there is one party which loves democracy more than another. And there is one party that is willing to abrogate democracy, set aside its safeguards just to prevail in power, and another which is much less inclined to do that. There are threats, and the latent fascism of the United States was identified by the Tibetan, latent fascism. And it's found in a number of countries where dictatorial leaders are rising at this time. Now, this is a trend, this is a tendency which must be overcome. And I suspect that it will be overcome. I don't know what degree of suffering will be required, but the truth will set us free. And now there are investigations into the truth rather than constant lying in a fabulous world, in a fabulous consciousness. Now, by contrast, we have the axis world order, and that word axis has been used recently, maybe inappropriately, but there are axes between certain nations who, even now, who are working against the democratic order. Democracies, there it is. Through democracies, humanity speaks, and not the egotistical and often psychologically damaged leaders. The totalitarian order must go, says the Tibetan, because it is contrary to the spiritual vision. And I'm sure there are many visionings today which are contrary to the spiritual vision. All of this must be overcome before the hierarchy can truly externalize and be recognized for what it is, and before the Christ can actually reappear. The world order, as visioned by Hitler, is based upon the subjection of the weak to the rule of a super Germany. It is one in which the life of the little nations will be allowed to go on just insofar as they serve the need of Germany. Now, for Germany, we could substitute any powerful totalitarian power. The way Germany has been of late is very much more responsive to its fourth-ray soul than to its first-ray personality. It is one in which the life of the little nations will be allowed to go on just insofar as they serve the need of Germany. The lesser Axis powers are permitted existence only because they benefit German aims. Italy, to give Germany scope in the Mediterranean, Japan to handle the Asiatic problem, which is too large for Germany to handle alone. You know how it is among the members of the Black Lodge. They do devour each other until only one is left. They will never cooperate unless it is cooperation for the sake of defeating common enemies, and then they will find enemies in everyone within their own ranks. It is an order whose intention is that the best of all industrial and agricultural products shall go to Germany, and the unwanted residue to the little nations, as if eating crumbs off the floor once they fall from the banquet table. It is an order in which the educational processes will be controlled by the dominant super race, which in fact does not exist, As a matter of fact, as I've said, if you look closely at some of the major perpetrators as found in Hitler and his evil gang, they look like anything but the glorious Teuton that they imagine and idealize. All departments of knowledge will be subordinated to the glorification of Germany, and thus there will be the lie and not the truth of other groups. Germany will be portrayed as the seed of all world glory and as the ruthless savior of mankind. And that was one of the key thoughts behind the training of the SS. You have to be cruel to be kind. You have to be ruthless to save Germany. You have to be ruthless to fulfill providence and even save humanity. The beauties of war, of struggle, and of physical strength, hence the materialism, will be emphasized, and the so-called admirable objectives of the human spirit will be developed to produce a race of men in whom the effeminate beauties of loving kindness and wise consideration for others will find no place. So the Christ and his whole system of spiritual culture would be looked at as effeminate. No place for the second-ray soul, and simply a domination of the masculine so-called virtues. Well, we do recall that DK says that the majority, maybe all, I don't know, the members of the Black Lodge have the first-ray soul, or they're on the first sub-ray of their soul ray. Now, precisely what he means, we have to research. But this is a very ugly picture, and was certainly in the minds of many. And once it was completed, there would probably be war between Germany and Japan to eliminate the Asiatic group because they were not of the master race, and Italy would be easily subjected to an inferior position. It didn't prove itself so well in war anyway, and it would be made to take a very low position in the kind of world order that is here suggested. Someone like Mussolini, had they won, he would want his own rightful place. It would be a good place and he wouldn't be allowed to have it. So as I say, the members of the Black Lodge, they may cooperate to consume their common enemies, but later they consume themselves. I would call your attention to the teaching now being given to the German youth. Might is right. And when you hear Hitler scream that out in German, it's a terrifying sound. Is it Macht, rechts? Something like that. It's just growled out. It's a horrible sound, and it's a horrible idea, because all morality succumbs to such a statement. The German belongs to the super race, and all of the races are inferior, although there's really no proof of that. It's simply the idealized Teuton that certain occult groups associated with Austria and Germany advanced, and which influenced Hitler in his early readings. Only a chosen aristocracy should be permitted the privilege of education and of rule. The masses of the people are no more than cattle and exist only to be slaves to the superior race. War is to men what childbirth is to women. War is a natural process and therefore eternally right. We can see how the fourth ray is being distorted there in alliance with the first. All sources of supply must be controlled by Germany, and consequently even those nations at present neutral must be brought under the German sphere of influence. The totalitarian powers will dominate the economic system of the world and control all imports and exports. The standard of living in both hemispheres will be lowered. Everything will be related to the good of Germany, and no other nation will be considered. Christian teaching and Christian ethics must necessarily be eliminated. After all, they are effeminate, and Christ was really an Aryan, right? Isn't that what they said? Because Germany regards Christianity and its divine founder as effeminate and weak, as emphasizing the softer qualities of human nature, and as responsible for decadence of the nations, except Germany. Well, we see here that when the Black Lodge members are called something like brothers of unique blindness, we can see already that Germany is cutting out the whole picture and will not consider it. Only one small first ray strand is allowed to dominate thought, and the place of all the different rays in the entirety of the ray picture is not allowed. Certainly the second ray is not allowed, and the first and second ray are often considered great opposites. Christianity must be overthrown. Germany was doing a good job of that already. When I was in Germany recently, I stayed in the Reinhold Niebuhr Hotel. He was a clergyman, who stood on principle, and he was sacrificed, as so many of the Christian clergy were. Christianity must be overthrown because it is based on Jewish sources. The rule of Christ must come to an end because only the rule of force is right. Well, the Tibetan keeps on elaborating this horrific picture. And I think, we get an idea, being reminded here, of how bad things could get. In those days, if the Axis had prevailed, and especially Germany, and in these days, if the would-be forces of totalitarianism and separatism are allowed to prevail. They would be reinforced by the one great heresy, the heresy of separateness. In the world order of the Axis powers, the individual has no rights. The state has all the rights, right? He has no freedom, except insofar as he serves the state. I think, let's just say, he is not all this Black Lodge ideology. I mean, it's so horrific that where else could it come from? I mean, this is the way the members of the Black Lodge think, and as DK tells us, they are far worse than anything we could imagine. So even this has to be just a sampling of how terrible things could be if the Black Lodge ruled, because, we cannot imagine that the Germans themselves would rule. The obsessing agents, the obsessors, would be behind forcing what we call ever worse conditions. In the world of the Axis powers, the individual has no rights, he has no freedom, except insofar as he serves the state. There will be no liberty of thought or conscience. Automatons, robots. All issues will be decided by the state, and the private citizen will have no right to an opinion. Men will be drafted like slaves into the service of the state. A little bit of that, if I quote the film, seemed to appear in the Harry Potter movies. I didn't read the books, but I saw the movies, okay. And we could see a kind of a totalitarianism taking over the official magical headquarters, and things turn bad. But this whole idea of crushing out all individualism, or individuality, is the same really as crushing out that part of the will of God that every human being possesses, and which must eventually be delivered up in concert with all other strands of that will. No, just one very limited conception rules all, crushing out all individuality. Everything serves the state. Sometimes we see this. I think the composer Shostakovich got into difficulty in Soviet Russia because his compositions were not considered sufficiently socialist or reflective of the socialist reality. It's like some kind of rigid ideal stood above the creative process, and the creator had to create within the boundaries of that narrow ideology. It's simply a limitation, and again, that's why these people are called brothers of unique blindness. Such is the picture of the order which the Axis powers are preparing to impose upon the world, and to this their own words testify. Now, has that been beaten back? When you see the nonsensical slogans of the young people reasserting their Nazi point of view, are they reincarnated from this period? I don't know, but the slogans, it's blood, it's soil, it's all this boring, uncreative, limiting repetition of what life should be. And of course, the powers of these people are very limited now. Maybe humanity learned something in its war with fascism and Nazism, but still, the very fact that these modes of thought are coming more and more into daylight and into demonstrations where they had been suppressed and not allowed thus to show their nature, is a troubling sign. And so often people who are responsible for allowing conditions in which this can happen are unaware that their thoughts are allowing it to happen and their actions. This is going on, of course, in the United States, and we'll see where it occurs in other places. Some of you will have the advantage, if you get this far into the book, or into my commentary anyway, of seeing what has happened by the year 2025 or beyond. Then you will know, what tendencies, what evil tendencies came to fruition or whether they were stopped. Only insight into the true nature of this crisis, a determination to face the facts, and fearlessness will suffice to defeat Hitler, and I might say the horrible forces behind him. He tells us those overpowering forces, probably of the leaders as they were found in the West and maybe the East, obsessed the members of Hitler's evil group and himself, and left when there was no hope of victory, left behind them in their previous house, so to speak, psychological derelicts, people who were all abnormal psychologically, shattered by the departure of those obsessing entities. This conquering fearlessness, first-rate quality, must be based on a recognition of the spiritual values involved, on a belief in God, and a common sense which is determined to establish security, right relations, and liberty. There are some, groups that want to get rid of the word God, but it has, and there are all kinds of ways of describing God, according to the intellect that is involved in the description. But for the time being, it seems wise to preserve the term because it has such meaning to so many people. That the meaning can be redefined, I think, is true, and amplified and made more intelligent. I think that is true. But to get rid of the term, I think, would be a mistake. If even the Tibetan can use this term, knowing all he knows of the occult and esoteric world, then surely we can continue to use it. Well, it's a horrific vision, right, we've been presented with here, and one that can bring chills even now, 80 years later, because you know that these forces still lurk beneath the surface, that a door has been left ajar, that they have been allowed to enter again, and that they are working in surreptitious ways which cannot be detected by the unintelligent, again to bring humanity to defeat. So we've had the definitions of good and evil, and where we find people working according to the evil definition, we know who's behind them. It is important that people face up to the facts immediately. They must realize what is the nature of the world order which Hitler is preparing to enforce, and what lies ahead of humanity if the Axis powers triumph. I mean, it really called for tremendous sacrifice, and there are those who realized it, drawn from all walks of life, and those who, for financial gain and their own temporary power, sought to cooperate and collaborate. Some right here, well, I shouldn't say here, I'm in Finland now, but in the United States, there were the powerful collaborators who supported Hitler and what his objectives were. In a way, they were traitors to the values and ideals of the United States. I imagine they became increasingly silent as it looked like Hitler would go down to defeat. Remember that from 1943 on, early 43, and the driving of the Germans out of Stalingrad and the conquering of their, I think it was their Sixth Army, composed of so many soldiers. I don't know the exact numbers. Was it in the millions? I'm not sure. Certainly was in the tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. The die was cast. It is essential that the little children of the world be rescued from this overshadowing evil and from the false education to which they will be subjected if the totalitarian powers hold Europe in their grasp. Now, indeed, we saw what happened with the German youth. They were subjected to this entirely false type of education, and they came to believe it and they acted it out. The intensive culture given to the youth of Germany during the past 20 years has proved the effects of environing mental attitudes. What, from 1919 to 1939 or 1920 to 1940? These boys who roll their tanks and fly their planes over the countries of Europe and who wage war on women and children are the product of an educational system and are therefore the victims of an evil process. Well, at least DK knows where to attribute the blame. Education must be based on truth and not upon the propaganda which was so possessing of the German mind. The children of Germany must be rescued from the future which Hitler plans, as well as the children of other countries. The women of Germany must be set free from fear, as must the women in all lands. The population of Germany must be liberated from the evil rule of Hitler. Now, you know, from 1930 to 1939, maybe such straight words were not used, but we do see that when the situation became dire and the war precipitated, Master DK had to go with the entirely straight assessment and no longer hope that through cultivating goodwill anything could be done to stop the rolling of the German tanks and the aerial attacks and the submarine attacks and the death camps and so forth. Those measures promoting the goodwill that could have saved the world from the precipitation of the war, those methods were no longer suitable. The straight stuff was needed. So all of these things must be done. The evil rule of Hitler, he calls it as it is. Hitler and his evil gang. And some of them were remarkably so. I've listened, to their speeches. I've looked at their writings. The writings of Alfred Rosenberg, the chief Nazi ideologist, were very intelligent and very insidious. The coarse presentation of lies in Der Stürmer by Julius Streicher were horrible, but swayed many. At one point he said that Goering, although bad, was not as bad as the rest, not as evil as the rest. I mean, by what means of assessment he works, I don't know. Certainly, Goebbels and Hitler seem to be at the top of it all. So anyway, all of this must be corrected. That's what's called the psychological rehabilitation of the nations, and that was given as a chapter in the Problems of Humanity. Anyway, these corrections, these rescues, this is recognized by the Allied nations. Make no mistake, the German is as dear to the heart of humanity, to God, to Christ, and to all right-thinking people as are any other people. So this is the hierarchical attitude. It's not the repudiation of the German per se, but the negative German people under a Pisces personality fell under a concerted attack by the Black Lodge. In effecting this freedom, okay, anyway, there's a bit more that I skipped over. The German must be rescued from Hitler's world order as much as the Pole, the Jew, the Czech, or any captive nation. The masters know who are the real representatives of the Black Lodge, and the populace per se is not. They are or were the unwitting victims. And those who are swayed today by demagogues are also the unwitting victims of possessed leaders. Maybe not to the extent that Hitler was, but certainly possession is again a great danger, and the unthinking people can be regimented into a terrible attitude which will make them fall and will bring down the nations in which they are found. So in effecting this freedom that he talks, the liberation from Hitler and from these ideologies, this education, in effecting this freedom from the type of education given, the Allied nations and the neutral powers must preserve the spirit of goodwill even when using force. Every martial artist knows that though you may defeat your enemy and even kill him, when using force, you do not become hateful. You keep the spirit of goodwill and fight for the values which are correct, which is the only means of conquest the totalitarian powers understand. Even when using force, the totalitarian powers understand the use of force, but the motive on the part of those who use the force and who overcome the totalitarian powers must not be hateful. Okay. Now, the next step. And here we're going to talk about steps towards the New World Order, and we're dealing with the true hierarchically sanctioned world order and not the horrific vision which was just presented to us. Even though it's 80 years later and Hitler has been defeated, one knows what the powers are behind him, and they are still extant in the world and looking for an opportunity to, as it were, fight to the last ditch. It may be thought by some that Armageddon has already occurred, but generally it is anticipated by the majority that it will occur in the future. And that's not even the real Armageddon, which occurs at the time of the Judgment Day, millions of years ahead. So our next section is steps toward the New World Order. In contradistinction to the totalitarian world order, what should the rest of the world plan? Toward what world objectives should the democracies work? Utopian schemes, idealistic forms of government, and cultural living process have ever been the playthings of the human mind down through the centuries. We have Plato with his Republic, and we have Francis Bacon with his New Atlantis, and we have Sir Thomas More. I'm not sure what he wrote, but I know it was a utopia. They all had a strong Aquarian aspect to their nature. I believe this even of Plato. Certainly is true of Bacon and Sir Thomas More. I'm probably leaving out certain utopians, utopian writers of a positive type. But these utopias have been so far ahead of the possibility that their presentation seems useless. So far ahead that their presentation seems useless, they are, most of them, wholly impractical. We need a practical plan, and I'm noticing how the United Nations has certain objectives that it constantly holds before humanity and which are emphasized by a number of the esotericists, and they are totally practical and achievable. Are they called millennial goals, something of that nature? Certain immediate possibilities and attainable objectives can, however, be worked out, given a definite will to good and patience on the part of humanity. Excuse me. Certain major and spiritual premises should lie back of all efforts to formulate the New World Order, and here are some of the spiritual premises. Back of a desirable, a New World Order. Number one, the New World Order must meet the immediate need and not be an attempt to satisfy some distant idealistic vision. You know, sometimes the idealists, though well-meaning, are so impractical about time that their ideas, the needs of people presently are not met. The New World Order must be appropriate to a world which has passed through a destructive crisis and to a humanity which is badly shattered by the experience. So following the war, there were a number of films, maybe books too, which brought forward the psychological damage that people had experienced. And for many years until they died, those experiences were with them and with us as well. The New World Order must lay the foundation for a future world order, which will be possible only after a time of recovery and reconstruction and of rebuilding. So it meets the immediate need. That's number one. And it must be appropriate to a world which has passed through a destructive crisis. And it must lay the foundation for a future world order after recovery has occurred. Number four, there are a number of these, aren't there? Okay. The New World Order will be founded on the recognition that all men are equal in origin and goal, but that all are at differing stages of evolutionary development. Now, I wonder how many of the leaders understand this. If they don't understand reincarnation, I don't think they can have a good understanding of this statement. Anyway, people are at different stages. That much, I think, can be understood. That personal integrity, intelligence, vision, and experience, plus a marked goodwill, should indicate leadership. The domination of the proletariat over the aristocracy and bourgeoisie, as in Russia, or the domination of an entrenched aristocracy over the proletariat and middle classes, as has been until lately the case in Great Britain, must disappear. The control of labor by capital, or the control of capital by labor, must also go. And in some of the companies, we do see, when they are forward-looking, a real cooperation and a sharing, a sharing, I guess. Certain advantages are given to labor which only capital used to enjoy. Okay, this is an important one, this fourth paragraph here. Certain major and spiritual premises should lie back of all attempts to formulate a new world order. Okay. Now, years have passed, and there has been rehabilitation, and certain nations which were very much part of the Axis, Germany and Japan, anyway, show no tendency to rejoin that kind of reactionary approach, although, some Nazism against German law has risen in Germany. And presently, in Italy, there is a reactionary government which is, it's like Italy for Italians, it's rejecting of the plight of the refugees. Of course, it can be understood because Italy and Greece were accepting the brunt of the huge refugee movement away from Middle Eastern countries where the danger was so great and the possibility of living was so limited. But of course, there were others who were emigrating in order to establish the hegemony of Islam eventually. Okay, so, leadership. What should indicate leadership today? Because we've seen the ascension of a number of leaders who don't represent these qualities at all. Personal integrity, intelligence, vision, and experience, plus a marked goodwill, should indicate leadership. Well, where the leader does not possess these, what will happen? We'll have a good chance to witness the unfoldment of exactly that in a number of the countries. The domination of the lower, of the higher by the lower, cannot be allowed. It's going on, it did go on in Russia anyway. The proletariat over the aristocracy and bourgeoisie, or the entrenched aristocracy over the proletariat and middle classes. That's not allowed in the New World Order. The control of, now, reciprocity is needed here, the control of labor by capital, or the control of capital by labor, which in some countries actually has advanced. That must go too. Number 5, in the New World Order, the governing body of any nation should be composed of those who work for the greatest good of the greatest number, and who at the same time offer opportunity to all, seeing to it that the individual is left free. Today, the men of vision are achieving recognition, thus making possible a right choice of leaders. It was not possible until this century. And yet, dare I say that a wrong choice of leaders has often been in effect. At least if these qualities listed above are to characterize the leader, the leaders chosen have not had those qualities. So, and the various bodies, the congresses, the parliaments, and so forth, are they really composed of those who work for the greatest good of the greatest number, or are they fixated upon the power of their own party and point of view, which generally preserves their own wealth and that of those they represent? So the ideal certainly has not been reached, and what the Tibetan hoped has not been reached. There's a lot of very selfish politicking going on in the governmental gatherings that are in power. But still, if it was possible in the 20th century, it is possible now. The New World Order will be founded on an active sense of responsibility. The rule will be all for one and one for all. It's a bit like the very Aquarian, and it's a bit like the three Musketeers, or is it four Musketeers by that time? This attitude among nations will have to be developed, and it is not yet present. It will follow sharing. It will lead to peace. The rule will be all for one and one for all. How far we are from that. Otherwise, these huge discrepancies in wealth and advantage could not exist. Compassion from the haves would certainly be given in true sufficiency to the have-nots. And there's no question, in our world, there are haves and have-nots. Well, we're pretty well here. This is the end of hour 4, and I'll keep going for a little while here. It's hour 4 in a few minutes. What I've been trying to do is to make these sort of gigantic programs, which are 4.5, 5 hours long. It just helps me, and I apologize, it helps me move along, and in the limited time that I have to make the programs, it seems the best results they can result. They maybe can be cut up in the future if it's more convenient for people's assimilation. The New World Order will not impose a uniform type of government. That would be totalitarianism, a synthetic religion, and a system of standardization upon the nations. You see, there's always a danger with Aquarius, the Saturnian part of that sign, that there will be standardization, uniformity, and the ending of diversity. Aquarius can be used that way too. After all, hard as it is to believe that Aquarius ruled the Nazi Party, which came into power, a real executive power, on January 30th, 1933. So there is always that danger with Aquarius. The sovereign rights of each nation will be recognized, and its peculiar genius. So that's the soul ray of the nations and their soul sign. And it is unity in diversity. Individual trends and racial qualities will be permitted full expression. In one particular only should there be an attempt to produce unity, and that will be in the field of education. And that is interesting. Okay. So here, there is freedom, and Aquarius, of course, is also a sign which, above all, under Uranus produces freedom, or in relation to Uranus. And there will be, now, of course, it has to be avoided, what you call standardization. He doesn't call it that, he calls it unity. In one particular only should there be the attempt to produce unity, and that will be in the field of education based upon facts, These days we seem to be living in a post-fact world, and people twist the truth publicly and shamelessly, simply to fulfill their own desires. So let's just say education based on facts upon which there is agreement, or at least certain kinds of education, the scientific type. When you get into the arts, I don't think you can do that. Then, number 8, it's amazing how many requirements there are for this new world order of a positive kind. The new world order will recognize that the produce of the world, the natural resources of the planet and its riches, belong to no one nation, but should be shared by all. This is a wonderful sequence of requirements, and against it, we can measure our present progress. There will be no nations under the category haves and others under the opposite category. A fair and proper organized distribution of the wheat, the oil, and the mineral wealth of the world will be developed based upon the needs of each nation, upon its own internal resources and the requirements of the people, its people, and this will be worked out in relation to the whole, you might call it Aquarius, the age of management. I remember when I read that from the astrologer Dane Rudyard, and I wondered why he chose that word, but the type of selfless organizing of world commerce, world economy is needed, and of course so many very selfish people don't want that to happen at all. They consider it to be a centralized kind of government, and they consider that their freedoms are taken away. Well, maybe some of the selfish tendencies are removed, but can we really say their freedoms, true freedoms, are removed? Even now, it would take a tremendous reorientation in thought to end the status of have and have not. Some degree of sharing, some degree of selflessness, some degree of compassion and identification with humanity would be required, and so many leaders and their supporters in government just don't have that. So, we're still far from this vision which the Tibetan presents as characteristic of the positive New World Order. It is a holistic vision based on sharing and right analysis of need, and not simply of the license to acquire. Capitalism, to a great extent, is based upon the license to acquire whatever you want for your individual self, if you can manage it. And the very rich people of the world are held up as examples of success. And the true sharing and mutual support between nations is not yet to be found to any significant degree. Yes, there are responses to tragedies, and when the big tsunami struck some years ago, killing many people, there was a big worldwide charitable response, and there is response to disasters and so forth that awaken human sympathy. But no, the kind of world that DK envisions here for the New World Order has not yet been built. And so I would say, Aquarius has not yet arrived fully, as it will by the year 2117, and the New World Order is not yet really with us. So the fairness requirement is being here discussed, and It will have to be intelligent and dispassionate, and maybe some of the seventh ray types will be in charge of it. They will have a lot to say about the financial condition of the world, and they will be disciples, and they will work for equability. The air signs will help: Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. Okay. Aquarius for equality and fairness, Gemini for brotherhood and brotherly love, and Aquarius for freedom of the individual, within the context, of course, of a developing nation and a developing humanity. It is a balance, isn't it? So in the preparatory period for the New World Order, which is being discussed here in 1940, there will be a steady and regulated disarmament. Now, tendencies are again moving towards armament, and recently two great nations, the United States and Russia, through their leaders, and instigated in the United States, have abrogated a nuclear treaty for intermediate range missiles. One can only think that the forces of materialism and the forces that benefit from what Eisenhower called the industrial military complex are behind such a disavowing of a treaty that has been in place since the time of Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan. There's an attack. No question about that. The leaving of the Paris Environmental Accord, when it becomes obvious that the environment is more and more threatened and the deterioration is even proceeding ahead of schedule, it's fantasy to leave that accord. Maybe some people in the very top of government and of the wealth strata feel that, okay, they will be saved, they have the money to be saved, and the others can perish. There's too many people anyway, right? So it will not be optional, this disarmament. No nation will be permitted to produce and organize any equipment for destructive purposes or to infringe the security of any other nation. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. I've said before, I think there is a statue, a sculpture in the United Nations in New York, which illustrates that happening. One of the first tasks of any future peace conference will be to regulate this matter and gradually see to the disarming of the nations. It has proceeded, and where there has been some degree of sanity in the leaders, there has been a gradual move towards disarmament. It serves no one's ends. Of course, the preservation of even what's there, without destroying the weapons that already exist, forget about building new ones, is adequate to destroy the nations involved and destroy the world, really, or at least humanity's part in it, and probably poison and contaminate the other kingdoms. We're playing with fire, and when it is said that atomic energy was not to have been discovered by humanity before the age of Capricorn, which is still some 2,500 years ahead, we can see that there have been problems from prematurity, from premature discovery of a force that humanity appears morally ill-equipped to handle. So in the preparatory period for the New World Order, there will be a steady and regulated disarmament, and it will not be optional. No nation will be permitted to produce any and organize any equipment for destructive purposes or to infringe the security of the other nation. Well, just the opposite is happening now in this military research, and the president of Russia has recently, or prime minister it is, has recently touted weapons that can evade destruction by any other nation. I talked earlier about the doomsday weapon. I mean, we're moving towards that, or a weapon so powerful that it could certainly destroy any nation in which or over which it was released. And there's a race going on for this. And in the Middle East now, the possibility of an arms race is existing, and then we will be living in that armed camp against which the Tibetan warned, as he said, an explosion. I think it's a euphemism. An explosion would be inevitable. So how far have we gone? Because it's useful to read that which was foretold by the Tibetan, or the requirements as he saw them, and to see, have they been fulfilled? Nine of them so far. These are simple and general premises upon which the new world order must begin its work. Well, fulfillment lacks in so many places. And there have been 80 years and 2 Shambhala impacts. So humanity is slow to learn. These preliminary stages must be kept fluid and experimental. The vision of possibility must never be lost, and the foundations must be preserved inviolate. But the intermediate processes and the experimentations must be carried forward by men who, having the best interests of the whole at heart, can change the detail of organization whilst preserving the life of the organism. So let's just say flexibility required. Okay. Well, these are, encouraging ideas. And the only discouraging part is to see what we've done with 80 years. 1940, 60 plus, almost 80 years. Of course, not all of this material has been spread far and wide, and humanity is still selfish and seeking its own personal and community, municipal, and nationalistic objectives. It's always a bit slower. The material nature of man is slower to react than would be ideally the case. But I suspect that environmentally things will become so pressing that humanity will be forced together to come up with solutions which benefit everybody. Right now, the fragmentation is not sustainable. And the fragmentation as well is not acceptable. Not acceptable. And we see that, in this series of little essays which detail a situation 80 years ago, but he was looking ahead, and which are somewhat true, really, of the situation now. We have not overcome our selfishness, our nationalism. There are accords, and sometimes when you get leaders that have no respect for the determinations of others and are egotistically or egoistically motivated, they weaken the accords. Is it meant that the European Union should fall apart? Is it meant that the United States should be divided into 6 different autonomous economic zones? Is it meant that Russia should again dominate its federated associates, as was the case when the Soviet Union existed? There is retrogression. We have to face it and do whatever we can internally to counteract it. I'll go on a little longer. I am over the 4-hour mark, and another webinar is coming up on glamour. Certainly, there has been plenty in these readings to suggest where the glamours lie. Right human relations. The objective of their work can be summed up thus. The New World Order will facilitate the establishing of right human relations based on justice, on the recognition of inherited rights, on opportunity for all, irrespective of race, color, or creed, on the suppression of crime and selfishness through right education, and on the recognition of divine potentialities in man, as well as the recognition of a divine directing intelligence in whom man lives and moves and has his being. I wonder, could any one of us put together a sentence like that? So clear and yet so comprehensive at the same time. Yes. So, in the envisioning, in the anticipation of hierarchy, there is an ideal new world order, and it's being articulated for us here. Right human relations based on justice, on the recognition of inherited rights, on opportunity for all, irrespective of race, color, or creed, on the suppression of crime and selfishness through right education. It's different from incarceration. And on the recognition of divine potentialities in man, as well as the recognition of divine directing intelligence in whom man lives and moves and has his being. This is the sort of a synthetic sentence of what will characterize the qualities which will characterize the new world order of a positive kind. The difficulties confronting the nations when the war is over may seem insuperable, but given vision, goodwill, and patience, they can be solved. After all, it will be a fairly wrecked humanity that will emerge. And we have seen that, at least materially, many have recovered. Certainly Germany and Japan have recovered. Italy has recovered. Russia has recovered. Maybe the United States had nothing to recover from. The United Kingdom, DK said, had been financially ruined by the war, but it recovered in measure, being never again the great imperial power that it was, but being very important on the world stage. A big drama between selfishness and non-separativeness is being fought out there right now, and March 29th of this year is the deadline. So the difficulties confronting the nations when the war is over may seem insuperable, but given vision, goodwill, and patience, they can be solved. Assuming that humanity will not rest until the aggressor nations are subdued, and let's just say this, unconditional surrender required. DK complimented the Allies for demanding the unconditional surrender of Germany and of Japan. It was not necessary in Italy because the partisans had taken over. It will be necessary for the conquering democracies. He foresees this in 1940, okay? This is interesting because 2 years later there was a question. Would they conquer or would they go down to defeat? It will be necessary for the conquering democracies to be generous, merciful. Churchill spoke of that often. To be magnanimous in victory, understanding and attentive to the voice of the people as a whole. It is that voice, usually sound in its pronouncements, which must be evoked, recognized, and listened to, and not the voices of the separative exponents of any ideology, of any form of government, religion, or party. So distinguishing, I think he is here distinguishing between the leaders and the people, and listening to the people. The objective of those who are entrusted with the straightening out of the world, it's such a seventh ray alignment issue, isn't it? Is not the imposition of democracy upon the entire world or to force Christianity upon the world of diversified religions. When you have the sixth ray prominent in a country such as the United States, or the sixth ray prominent in a religion such as Christianity, the idea of we know what's best for them, the imposition of our way upon them comes to the fore and is accepted by the rank and file. And it must not be that, he says. Well, certainly it hasn't worked with respect to Buddhism. Buddhism thrives on its own without the imposition of Christianity. I was just, amazing thing just happened. The Pope went for the first time to the sort of the source of the Muslim religion, and to the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, and offered a mass in that area, and it was attended by many Muslims as well as many Catholics who were working in that country. Now, whoever engineered that was working for the good of the whole. It's really an amazing feat, given the kind of hostility there has been between those religions. The objective of those who are entrusted with the straightening out of the world is not the imposition of democracy. We had that recently, didn't we? We had a war from the United States towards Iraq, and it was to impose democracy. Well, some places are not ready for that. They have to work out their own form of government when too much tribalism exists and other methods of organization. You cannot come in with your own way and say, here, this is better for you, just accept it. No questions asked. It is surely to foster the best elements in any national government to which the people may subscribe or which they intelligently endorse. So rather than imposition, the straightening out is about fostering the best elements in any government to which the people may subscribe or they intelligently endorse. The best elements foster the best elements. Okay. Each nation should recognize that its form of government may be suited to it and quite unsuited to another nation. Well, the sixth ray oftentimes prevents that kind of recognition because it's too narrow and it doesn't really study the circumstances of other nations which have contributed to the arising of certain governments and certain types of religion. It should be taught that the function of each nation is the perfecting of its national life, rhythm, and machinery, so that it can be an efficient co-partner with all other nations, and not imposition of their way upon the other nations. Well, I wonder if the product of the Iraq War in the United States brought that point home to some, to some at least. It is equally essential that the New World Order should develop in humanity a sense of divinity and of relationship to God, yet with no emphasis upon racial theologies and separative creeds. No. But the sense of God, the sense of divinity, this is important because it allows men to live for something greater than themselves and to understand eventually God as love. So let's just say here, yet another necessity to appear as part of the New World Order. The essentials of religious and political beliefs must be taught, and a new simplicity of life inculcated. Well, certainly for politics, it's the greatest good of the greatest number. For religion, I suppose, we are all children of the same one Father, Mother, the same one source, and humanity is one. There will be different points of view, of course. Today, these are lost in the emphasis laid upon material possession, upon things, and upon money. The problem of money will have to be faced. The problem of the distribution of wealth, whether natural or human, will need careful handling and a compromise reached between those nations which possess unlimited resources and those who have few or none. Now, the selfishness of humanity is presently precluding this. As it did in those days, 80 years ago when the Tibetan was writing these essays. All the changes that he seems to be demanding have to take place. They have to take place. And they have not yet taken place. Simplicity is required. Simplicity of understanding. And usually we get caught in all of the conflicts inclined to by the elemental nature of our kingdom. So can we disavow materialism? The disavowing of materialism is required. Well, the sharing is coming, and you can see that so many people that have in abundance reject the principle of sharing, because after all, they didn't earn it, I earned it. Well, you can see how short-sighted that attitude is. So, he's preparing here for the book, in a way, the problems of humanity. He's listing the problems, and later he codifies them in that book written after the war. The problem of money will have to be faced. The problem of the distribution of wealth, whether natural or human, will need careful handling and a compromise reached between those nations who possess unlimited resources and those who have none. Well, that has not been accomplished. The idea of goodwill as love in action being the determining mode of relationship between nations and, of course, people has not been instituted. So this is kind of we're going through a catalog here where we can see what has been done and what has not been done and what it is the Tibetan really expects out of a new world order of the positive kind. The problem of the varying forms of national government must be faced with courage and insight. It's not that any of them are necessarily bad if they are directed by people who have a degree of selflessness and broad vision. The restoration, psychological, spiritual, and physical of mankind must constitute a primary responsibility because at that time or in the coming time, so many millions will have been shattered by the experience of the war. The sense of security must be put on a firm basis. I think it's in the Atlantic Charter that this is so. The Atlantic Charter being a great statement regarding human rights, I think written in 1941 with Churchill and FDR. The sense of security must be put on a firm basis, the basis of right relationship and not the basis of force. Men must feel secure because they are seeking to develop international goodwill and can trust each other and are not therefore dependent upon the strength of their armies and fleets. What a big change this would be. The only daunting thing here from 1940 is the scope of the changes. All of them recognized as valuable and necessary, and, well, none of them accomplished fully, yet. The recognition of a spiritual hierarchy which is working through the new group of world servers must steadily grow in some form or another. This will happen when the world statesmen and the rulers of the different nations and governing bodies, political and religious, those are the two areas where so much trouble comes, are men of vision, spiritually motivated and selflessly inspired. The recognition of the spiritual hierarchy, I guess that has yet to come, but it will come, and it's one of the necessities which predates the actual reappearance of the Christ. When you think about the kind of responsibility that is upon him, even though he is an initiate of becoming initiate of the seventh degree, it's just overwhelming. It's just who could bear it? Who could stand it? To hold the whole world in contemplation and to be aware of all the different moves which either work for the manifestation of the divine plan or against it, and to somehow help to take the remedial action necessary without forcing any type of action. Force is not allowed because it simply overcomes free will and accomplishes nothing in the long run, and there is a reversion to the old, as yet uncorrected ways. The future world order will be the effective expression of a fusion of the inner spiritual way of life and the outer civilized and cultured way of acting. This is a definite possibility because humanity in its upper brackets has already developed the power to live in the intellectual and physical world simultaneously, So many today are living in the spiritual world also, spiritual, intellectual, and physical simultaneously. Soul, mind, brain. Okay. This has been most enlightening, I think. I think you will agree if you've gone so far as to reach this point in the book. It's amazing how, faced with the terrible situation of the 1940s, how the Tibetan looks ahead for the strengthening of all who may be responsive to his thought, and for the strengthening of the disciples as they try to bear up under the very depressing and oppressive circumstances. I feel as if I'm participating in this as I read it, and I try to make the link towards our present situation when we find that so many of the requirements have not been fulfilled. But we have to face that fact very squarely, and we cannot live in a fool's paradise, and we cannot make things up and pretend they're real, and we cannot lie. We cannot put forward thoughts and be perfectly content to live in a post-truth era. It's it's just an example of selfishness, and it is said that is that the devil is the father of lies, and who is the devil but the unregulated elemental tendencies of the personality, which are always selfish unless there has been conditioning and reconditioning. We have to learn to think in global terms, as it's said around the United Nations, to think globally and act locally. Of course, these days with the internet, you can act globally as well. Your words can be carried to your ideas, your images, whatever, to every one of the millions, billions of people who can get online. It's a symbol of the unification of the mind of humanity with all the good and all the bad, the light net and the dark net. But for those who wish to seek inspiration and truth, the internet can be a very good source if one is discriminating. Of course, there are those who try to pollute the medium with lies for their own selfish advantage. And they may justify this to themselves because, again, they have the best system and other systems are inferior and a threat to their system. Always it is a problem with narrow vision. Now the great second ray coming in power through the Christ and through the Spirit of peace, well, also first ray there, but through the Spirit of peace, through the forces of enlightenment, they take the wide vision, and the soul of our planet can begin to emerge in greater strength. How can we understand anything, the value of anything, unless we have the wide vision? And that is precisely what studying the books of Master DK has given us. He is a master of extraordinarily wide vision, and he's said to be the most learned among the masters. I suppose we mean the particular masters of the present time, and by learnedness we mean, that he's aware of the many thoughts and many writings over the ages, and he probably has a good library card to the Shambhalic Library. He seems to have exercised that and brought forward for us many sources which have been extremely valuable. What would we do if we could not understand the history of our planet? We would have the stunted vision which so many have, but instead we have that wider vision because he has accessed the ancient sources and translated them for us and brought them forward. And so our entire sense of values is changed. And what we think it's important to do has changed. Our motives may have changed. And certainly maybe our skill in action has changed because we know the relationships, more of them, and what's at stake. The sense of responsibility can settle down very hard upon us when we see this vast view. We cannot, as some second-rate types do, sense the whole and yet remain apart. I mean, we find that in Esoteric Psychology, Volume 2. We wouldn't want to do that. We would sense the whole and act appropriately according to our position in life to bring through that aspect of the divine plan which is ours to see manifested. Maybe you've questioned yourself, what part of the divine plan am I cooperating with? The manifestation of a certain part of the divine plan can perhaps benefit from my cooperation, our cooperation, your cooperation. What is that? We do have to think of the whole and of the plan, definitely, because this is a time when the nature of the plan must be really held before humanity. I'm trying to think of how to prepare for this conclave of 2025, and the expanded vision must be offered to humanity, and the glamours dissipated and the illusions dispelled. So a more and more realistic view of what is possible in terms of manifesting the divine plan can be the possession in consciousness of many more people. It's all about consciousness now, isn't it? It's not just about outer success and outer possession and outer reputation. Those are absolutely fleeting things. They are totally secondary. When we pass on to the inner worlds and awaken free from the trammels of the body, we're left with our consciousness, especially on this planet and in this solar system where the second aspect of divinity is meant to be so emphasized. So whatever we can do to develop our consciousness and, based on a strong foundation of true facts, and pass such knowledge and even such wisdom onto others is a paramount requirement during these next 6 years. We just, have no idea really of what the hierarchy will decide in the year 2025. We've been told that in all probability actual plans will be laid for the first stages of the actual externalization of the hierarchy. And we do know that in all the 5 planetary centers, a master must be found, surrounded by his initiates and by his disciples, and they have to gain a good reputation and be magnetic, and they have to be consulted as to direction of that area over which they seem to preside, and or direction of humanity as a whole. And only then can the Christ truly appear, arriving on the wings of expectation. Only then. There's so much left to do, and there's so much ignorance in the world. How best to overcome this ignorance? Now, on the internet, there are many spiritual broadcasts. There are very informative programs, and there are spiritually viable programs, and people who work with the internet in a positive way will be informed and instructed, and their consciousness will be, let's say, swayed in the proper direction, which is an inclusive direction that cares about the general welfare of humanity. We cannot go on in a state of retrogressive nationalism towards which a number of important countries seem to be sliding. I mean, the fear, of course, facing the new drives people back into the imagined safety and quality of an earlier bygone time, which never was as it is imagined glamorously now to be. Well, Master Moria seems to tell us, the future is always better than the past, and he wants us to strive fleetingly into the future as if over a bridge that is on fire, so that we can make our way into the land of the future fleetly, rapidly, knowing that if we don't, the bridge burns and we fall in the ravine. So we're on our way into a much better future in the Aquarian age than we can imagine, but there will be tests along the way. And this is the question: do we function in such a way that we can pass those tests which make us really useful to the hierarchy, useful to humanity, useful for the manifestation of the divine plan? I'm remembering, I wish I could know where it is in the teaching. I don't think it's one of those imagined references. I'm sure it's not. But a disciple is asking the master, "Use me, master, please use me." And the master, maybe somewhat wryly, says, "What makes you so sure you are useful?" So every one of us has to assess the degree of our usefulness, which will correlate with the degree of our selflessness and our willingness to sacrifice on behalf of the whole, but practically on behalf of any environment where our sacrifice will make a difference. But sacrifice will spread. And if we sacrifice in areas, we become forgiving, as we've reviewed, we give what we have. That's what sacrifice really is, the making sacred of giving the quality that we have. And if we do that, it will spread. The mistakes of humanity over millions of years have spread until everyone is implicated. So he says, don't just blame Hitler, don't just blame the dictators. Every one of us has had something to do with creating the environment which has made possible the emergence of such negative characters. But now we have to eliminate them, and the people have to rise, and the value of every individual and the possible contribution of every individual has to be seen, whether that individual is of great intelligence or of lesser intelligence. Always there is a way to help. And if the future can be seen correctly, so that everyone knows and believes that there is a future of great promise lying ahead, there will be that much more willingness to work within the circumscribed area in which anyone may find himself. The temptation is to want to go beyond the area of your usefulness. What is it? The Peter principle or something like that. It's partially a joke. Everyone rises to the level of their own incompetence. They strive to, it's almost to enter areas where they cannot really do any good. because they are incompetent in those areas. So sometimes, like Sanat Kumara, he can imagine what we would call endless possibilities, but he stays at his post in fulfillment of his duty until the last weary pilgrim has found his way home. Now, abiding where we are and not running off into the woods when the messenger is at the door, as Moria warns us, abiding where we are and doing the best that we can where we are when duty calls and duty presents itself. This is what we can do, but our influence will spread and increase. The power of thought travels, and we are contributing to the positive stream of redemptive thought. Oh, I guess I've been on a little bit of a tear there, not knowing what to say next, but okay. We're on page 194, and we've done almost 5 hours here, and I'm not sure where all of this began. Well, that's 3 hours. Oh, good Lord, who will listen to a 5-hour presentation? Maybe no one, but maybe someone. And hopefully it will constitute some education. So this is the 16th, and we started at 174, and I've actually, I've forgotten where we are, 190 something, but I'll just put a question mark there for the moment. This is the 8th of February, and we are here on page at 194. That's it. Okay. Now I remember when it's too late. And put this in. This is the end of 16, and at least it will be. Now I've forgotten the other one. Okay, but I don't have to worry about it because it's right there in front of me. So this is program 16, and it's 174 to 194. At least some correctness is there. Sometimes, the logistics of all this get the better of me, and it is the 8th. Now, I'm not sure that tomorrow, I don't think tomorrow is possible for me, but anyway, the next thing will be program number 17, and we'll be starting at 194, and, we can see the seeds of the Problems of Humanity book in these essays, and later he codifies all of that. We have to be fairly flexible because we have to think about what he says in relation to what we know is going on today. But when it comes to solving the problems of humanity, it is the Christ's work. The old story that the Christ was not really aware of the arcane school, maybe, or the Lucis Trust, until the course, The Problems of Humanity, was added, or until they began to study that book. And then he is said to have said to DK, what is this group that interests itself in our work? So always we have to work at solving the problems of humanity on however small a scale may be given to us, but every little bit will count. So the next work we are going to do is some of the problems, I suppose, that present themselves as we seek to understand and implement the New World Order. Now, it has not yet been anywhere near thoroughly implemented. Very positive, salutary tendencies are there, but what the DK has envisioned should take place after the war, and the promise of it and so forth. The forces of darkness, maybe they still have an onslaught to aim in the direction of the representatives of the forces of light. And I think, we're in the middle of that right now, but let us hope that we can stay together in such a coherent manner and so well educated and with so much skill and action that we can do much to repel that onslaught, which is at the moment quite, in a way, in some ways surreptitious and in other ways obvious. Okay, friends, lots of love, many blessings, and we'll continue with this as we can. We began on page 60. We've done about 134, 135 pages of programs. That ought to be enough to keep us busy for a while, but there are many pages that remain in this large book, and the closer we get towards the end, of course, it's just in the late 40s, right? The closer we get toward the end, the more DK looks ahead into our possibilities and gives certain warnings as well. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.